Hello, everyone, and welcome to the VCS English. We're back 1 week after another. It's so good to be back your way, and we are heading on into the lower bracket. Saigon Buffalo taking on Team Flash.
That we are. And this matchup, curiously enough, is happening for the second time in about 2 weeks, I believe, because this was the round one matchup, the lower bracket start. Was it the upper bracket? No one really knows. It's like the qualification match for the upper bracket, I guess you could call it. Flash fell to SGB. So now SGB, after losing to GAM, they decent shot against GAM, but ultimately they lost. They have to play against Flash again. They with much higher stakes because the loser is eliminated from Worlds contention and, of course, from title contention as well.
And these two teams have very polar opposites, let's say, in terms of their form heading into this. You look over at Saigon Buffalo, in their last 6 series, including playoffs, they've won 4. They've only lost 2 series. Both of those series were against Scam. They've beaten everyone else. They've been fun. It's just Saigon Buffalo against Scam, and while things have changed in the VCS over the last year, one thing remains the same. Saigon Buffalo can't beat Scam. Over on the other side, though, Team Flash are on a terrible, terrible losing streak. They are currently 0-9 in their series, including their series loss that they had against Saigon Buffalo last week. Flash need a win, and, well, if they don't get a win now, they're out.
Counterpoint, though, yesterday we came in with a kind of similar situation, right? Because we had a team that was on a big, big losing streak over several weeks, maybe even months in Wales, and they came out and stomped their opponent. Now, of course, we can't really equate Flash and Wales, right? Wales is the super team. They actually placed second place. Flash placed second to last, if we discount the team that didn't exist. So they barely scraped by and got into the playoffs by virtue of the team, the league only having 7 teams and 6 playoff spots. So there, you can't really talk about many good things about Flash, but maybe they just changed their approach. You never know. Maybe they hit a hot streak in scrims. Maybe they found something. Their players should be good enough, at least some of the players. So I'm mildly optimistic for this.
And I'm going to go and play devil's advocate because I can't remember if it was you, Yulwei, who was mentioning it to me earlier, or Beast, but Flash is the only team that has lost to Box Esports, and I think it was in one of the last games of a regular season. So it's just kind of adding to that downwards trend. But as you mentioned, right, Team Wells, I saw their series. I was lucky enough to commentate it or cast it against Team Secret, and Team Wells just looked broken. They looked like a shell. Nothing seemed to be working, and you could visibly see the tilt coming through in their plays. And I was very skeptical of would they be able to pull that together. They were. You've mentioned it's a super team, a lot of high caliber players. You look over at Team Flash. Yes, there are a few rookies, but there are also one veteran in particular. Yoshino Huber also has had many, many splits, has a large tenure here in the VCS. These are the players that surely you have to look to essentially just calm the team down and say, look, we just pretend this is the very first series of the split.
And I feel like Team Flash actually playing against Saigon Buffalo, even though they did lose a series just 2 weeks ago, I feel like Saigon Buffalo could be the team that gives them a little bit of a momentum by virtue of being weird. And Saigon Buffalo has this tendency of coming up with incredible drafts that are capable of winning games against GAM, but also capable of coming up with Kalista mid lane and losing against the most random team of all time. So Flash did indeed win the game, and it was game 1 against Saigon Buffalo back in their series 2 weeks ago. And I feel like today, game 1 is of utmost importance. If Flash, after all these losses, comes in and can win a game 1, I feel like momentum might start to turn. Now, I would say Saigon Buffalo historically, obviously a new roster, but some remnants of the old Saigon Buffalo still remain, have been one of the most tilt-proof team of all time. They have come back from so many this almost impossible situations, right? Where it looked like they were tilted, but next game they just came out fine. They stomped the early game. They went in with their plan and everything was fine. So I don't think this first game is as important for Saigon Buffalo, but I feel like if Saigon Buffalo wins game number 1, we might be in for a very quick 3-0, because Flash, as you have already pointed out, is on this downward trajectory. They really need some uptick in performance.
And I'm glad you kind of mentioned the changes with the roster. If anyone's tuning in to the VCS and they haven't been avid followers over the year, maybe they saw Saigon Buffalo at MSI or Worlds last year and want to say, yeah, how are these guys getting along? This is a very, very different team. Harsmed is gone in the top lane. He's been replaced by Coated. Beanjay is gone from the jungle. He's now on Team Wales. Guri has replaced him. Froggy is still in the team, but is now a sub. Blazes
Oh,
has come
he is
into the
on
mid
the
lane.
stage right now. I
Is
can
he
see
actually
him. Yep.
starting? Okay, so Froggy remains. Shogun also remains. Saigon Buffalo have lost Taki in replace of Slay, and they have also lost their coach. So again, a very different team. It's kind of broken me a little bit seeing this Saigon Buffalo that was, I think, a bit of a favorite for all of us. Seeing how well they did at MSI, and now just such a different team.
My favorite team of all time. All my teams in any team game I play, in any manager game I play, I always name Saigon Buffalo. Reference to this
Really?
beautiful team, which I love so dearly. The team that came up. We have so many stories to tell. Maybe you can go into some of the intricacies. If it looks like Saigon Buffalo is going to be eliminated today, just as a little bit of a eulogy, I don't think so, but let's spare those thoughts for later. Focusing on the players that actually come in, I think the most surprising one is Slay in the support position, right? Because this legendary player, you are probably not super familiar with this player, but he was tied with Levi for the most titles until last split. Levi only overtook Slay for most titles in the VCS ever last split when he won his 7th title. Slay is sitting on 6, and Slay was back in 2014, I believe. He already played in some of those obscure Saigon whatever teams. Maybe Saigon Fantastic 5, maybe Saigon Jokers. I can't remember one of those. But yeah, he has played multiple positions. He was an ADC, then he changed to support. And yeah, he's not really a player you would think is still active. He literally wasn't active for a long time. He's one of those players coming back from retirement, playing the support position, where you think, okay, he's probably not good enough to actually be like a top-level support player, but he has all the experience. He has been a coach, he has been a player for such a long time, he has seen all the metas. So if somehow Shogun can carry him through lane, maybe just by sheer experience and understanding of the game, he can be an asset to his team.
Absolutely, and you take Taki off the board, one of the best supports in the VCS, and a large tenure of his own. But as you've mentioned, Slay has that experience. Blazes is another mid laner, or another player who is in the mid lane, who I would have been interested to see, because I've not got to watch Blazes on stage in a very long time. I think actually since 2021, I want to say, back when he was on Burst the Sky, but I might be wrong there. It is going to be Froggy back. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of weird quirks Froggy is going to bring. He hasn't actually had many games with Saigon Buffalo so far this season.
Oh, have you seen his champion pool this split? It's
Okay.
hilarious.
I need to bring this one up on my notes.
It is absolutely hilarious. I'm going to talk to you about his champion pool in
Yes, hit me.
in the summer split. Not in the playoffs, of course. They have only played 8 games in the playoffs, so it's not as exciting in the playoffs. But if you look at his champions in his plate in summer, he has Karma, Jace, Lucian, Kalista, Tristana, and then the typical mid lane champs of Galio, LeBlanc, Nico, Renekton mid lane, of course he has, and Ari. But all of those champs only once. So his most played champion is actually Lucian, Karma, and Jace on 2 games. He has almost played no doubles in his champions, and it looks like he's an ADC now, because he prefers to play Lucian and Kalista and Tristana in mid lane over all the other mages.
Yeah, that's bizarre. Froggy has had 14 games so far this season. Meanwhile, Blazers has 21. Yeah, Froggy almost has double the champion pool of Blazers. So the Lucian makes sense to me. Even the Karma kind of makes sense to me. Explain what's going on with that Kalista, because that definitely doesn't belong in a mid laner's pool.
I mean, you have seen Froggy Kalista before, right? It's a blessing and a curse. Yeah, it's one of his favorites. He played it in MSI. He played it back in their first split together, I believe, even in 2020 summer. First, maybe it was 21 spring, but yeah, it's one of Froggy's favorites. It hasn't gone super well recently, from what I've known. I didn't actually check the stats for the summer split, but the last time I saw him, he got ganked repeatedly and just said over and over again. But sometimes he can also do crazy things. I'm not the biggest fan of mid lane Kalista, I have to admit, even though it's always funny to see Froggy cook, because that's one of his specialty. I mean, yeah, he's the master chef of the VCS, and maybe he brings out something differently today. New patch for him, at least. I mean, he has played on this patch, of course, in the players already, but only one Talia game, so not very exciting there. I'm super curious. If he brings out the Zek again, who knows? Zek is always on the table, the Froggy Zek. Never know.
You know, when he said Zach, I'm like, Zach's not meta, and then I remembered Froggy. Everything's always meta.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to think over, you know, the crazy champions, and again, we're kind of reminiscing here, but we've had stuff like the Kane mid lane for Froggy. I think that was once a thing. We've seen the Malzahar, which, yeah, is a mid laner, but he played it quite a few times. I think we've seen the Nautilus, Sion, so many different champions coming
Rammus,
through.
Shyvana.
Oh my god, Rammus and Shyvana. That's a throwback. Throwing over to the top lane, though, let's talk a little bit about Coated and Yoshino, because, again, for some of our viewers who might not be so familiar with the VCS, these might be two names that they aren't familiar with, although they are very familiar with us, particularly, I think, Yoshino, big player, had a lot of success on Team Flash in the past. Not so right now, though.
Yeah, so Yoshino definitely has a decorated career. He was one of the top lane royalty, as I like to refer to them, back in the day when there was this clear divide between top 4 top laners and the rest, which was mostly Hasmet, Kiaya, Yoshino, and then sometimes a 4th player, but those were the 3 dominating players, all together at one time, back at one team. That was with the Zeros. That's the 4th one, of course. Yeah, Hasmet was the one coming in for Saigon Buffalo and breaking up this core. But Yoshino, veteran player, very good Fiora player, for example, but usually a super strong team fighter. He was the core of the Flash team in 2020, together with Slater, that was able to take 2 titles away from GAM. Back-to-back titles in 2020 through his team fighting prowess, through his on performances, sign performances, some rumble in there as well. So that's his best mode. If he has a good ADC he can play around and direct the team fighting, then Yoshino is on his best performance. But we are into draft out of nowhere, so let's switch over to the draft, and it's Saigon Buffalo on blue side against Flash on red side for game number 1.
Lovely stuff. Into draft we go, and we're already seeing that Jace being banned away. That Tristana, we talked a little bit about what we might see. Now, it is saying on the screen that Blazes is playing in the mid lane. We'll wait and double check that. But Rel first pick. And we've been seeing a lot of Rel either in the jungle or in the support role your way.
Yeah, I think it's probably jungle, because you never know. Actually, it's a really good first pick, I feel like, for Saigon Buffalo, because Guri also likes to play some of the more carry-oriented junglers, so picking something that can go back and forth, and of course play most comfortable on the engaged champions, as every VCS support is. So I really like this first pick. Sets up strong engaged, sets up really strong late-game team fighting as well. Now Flash countering here with the Talia Alistar. That is a super hard Rel counter combo in the first 1-2. So they're already focusing on that Rel engage to deny some of what Rel can do. So I would like to see Saigon Buffalo now go away from their Rel plan and maybe attack something like the Alistar lane, which is a really weak laner. So you could pick Kokma Braum here to really punish, or something like the Lulu and really go to town in the 2v2. Yeah, I like this approach. I mean, I'm not sure if I trust Slay Lulu, but...
Well, the Zeri picked up then for the side of Team Flash. To be honest, I was kind of expecting the Kaiser. The Zeri is not locked in just yet. The Xayah has already been banned away and is kind of one of the holy trinity right now of ADCs. I've been seeing a lot of Xayah, Kaiser, and Zeri. One other kind of champion that sometimes you do get to see is the Rumble. Very strong in the top lane right now and kind of works quite well as a counter to the Alistar in the support role.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if either of these top laners is going to lean towards Rumble. Coated more of a melee I mean, Rumble is melee, strictly speaking, but more of an AD melee player. Of course, the Jax, his favorite champion, hasn't seen too much success on it so far, but I could see something like, I mean, they can't flex the Rel into support now, so she has to go jungle, so they can't go for Nocturne again. So I expect Shogun to, not Shogun, I expect Saigon Buffalo to just round to their composition with a very traditional front-to-back team fighting. Maybe a long-range mage could do well here, maybe something like an Azir, maybe even longer range like a Corki or a Xerath even, and then top lane probably just some meatball that buys a little bit of time, a bit of space. So I expect something like that to happen there. Nocturne banned from Saigon Buffalo, Guri's favorite champion, now banned against the enemy team.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look over at Fuquan. He has had one Nocturne game this split. Also quite liking that Silas ban just to prevent the hijack on the Alistair ultimate, which we could see Blazes pick up. Ahri is open, and that has been one of Blaze's most played champions. We'll see what Team Flash do want to lock in. Still got the top and the jungle to pick up for themselves, and you probably expect top to come through last. So Vi locked in for Fuquan.
You see that? Somehow it's always double Zeri. Yeah. I like double Zeri. Just feeding our fear of Zeri being in every game. Okay, the Renekton. Well, Renekton is gonna have a hard time in the later game, playing against the likes of Zeri, Alistair, and Taliyah, but of course it offers a lot of mid-game power, which the team so far lacked. This is now a little bit of a hard composition to navigate, because you really have to be careful at calling power spikes, because the Renekton will spike at very different items than all the other champs in the game. Okay, maybe Rel can go strong, can be strong when Renekton is strong as well, but Azir, Azir and Aphelios kind of need a little bit more time, so you need to be very careful at choosing fights if you're Saigon Buffalo here. If Renekton overextends in his power window, then his carries can't follow up, so it's a risky composition. I don't hate it per se. I feel like the Renekton can be something like a bridge into the later stages of the game, add a little bit of power in the top lane. But yeah, it's dangerous. You can easily overextend. Renekton can go a little bit berserk and then just die into the Zeri Alistair trap. So yeah, interesting draft here in game number 1.
I quite like the Aatrox as well, picked up by Yoshino as one of his most played champions this split. I do have some interesting factoids for you though, your way. So we get to play some Milky minigames, the Milky Guess the Stat game. So Coated on the Renekton, do you know how many games he's had on the Renekton this split? Actually, I'll tell you how many games. He's had 5 games. Do you know how many of those games he has won?
Coated. I mean, he must have won some because he didn't win any Jax games, so I'd say 4 maybe.
He has actually won all 5 of his Renekton games. So yeah, pretty impressive. The other one is Blazes on the Azir. Do you know how many Azir games Blazes has this season?
I checked earlier, but I don't remember. So I could cheat and just look at my browser, but
you could.
I will not do that, so I'll just say, I don't know, 5?
0. It is his first Azir game this split, this year, in fact, and is actually one of his most played champions over his career. He's had 17 games on it and has about a 29% win rate, so not seen a lot of success on this champion. He'll be hoping, though, this game does not go like 20... Well, he'll be hoping it does go like 29% of his previous Azir games.
And with that, we are on the Rift for today's match. Game number 1, in my opinion, a super important one if you just look at the trajectory of both teams. A must-win game for Flash, I would say, because they need to reverse their trend right now. They need to get into the series today. It's the do-or-die series, and they need to start winning. So I feel like this is super important for Flash. I feel like Saigon Buffalo has a little bit more time to experiment. They already won the first series against Flash, so this is just their comfort draft, late game scaling on their 2 carries. So let's see which of the 2 teams starts off the series with the bang.
Absolutely. This is also the 10th time these 2 teams have faced this split. Saigon Buffalo winning every time in regular season. They took a 2-0. They took a 2-1 in playoffs, a 3-1 victory over Team Flash. And that was just 1 week ago. Both these teams, both these coaches know each other very well. So I feel like it would be a bit amiss of us to view this as the first game of a series, because we're quite far into almost what's kind of developing as a little rivalry between these two sides.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, as you just pointed out, Saigon Buffalo with a huge lead. They are the big favorites today already. They actually already won the series against Flash, and they played GAM closer than some thought, I'd say, winning the first game and giving them some trouble later. Okay, they fell 1-3 to GAM, but that's to be expected. So this team is now on their second try, of course. If you lose today, you're out of players and world's contention, so it's do or die time. And you can already see the pressure from Slay and Shogun in this lane. They should have full priority and full control over this lane. Alistar is a non-champion in lane, so Lulu can just while away and just completely destroy him in lane. I expect Hugh to try to run away from Puddin, leave him alone, and maybe to set up something in the top lane or mid lane in exchange, because the longer this goes on the bot lane, the bigger the advantage is gonna grow for Saigon Buffalo's 2v2.
And you could already see just Slay trading his health bar just to allow Shogun to step forward and get some damage onto both Pudding and Hugh. And it's gone rather well. Shogun opting for that early cull start, and same as well for Pudding. So probably expecting things to go relatively slowly in this bottom lane. And I'm really looking towards Fukwon and indeed Guri looking up to this top lane, because particularly for Team Flash, if they can get some early kills onto Yoshino, he can become such a force to be reckoned with on this Aatrox in mid-game skirmishes.
Really good scouting from both teams here. If you look at the junglers, position already spotted. Fukwon was spotted on the red buff, so Coated should know that he needs to back off soon. It's Coated though, so you never know if he's actually gonna get back off. We have seen Coated do many stupid things before, so let's see how he handles this situation. He should be aware. On the other side, we have Guri pathing towards the bot side. He's gonna get spotted on his Raptor camp here. Really nice scouting ward on the other side as well. So both junglers just full clearing for now. Everything spotted for both teams, and I feel like this favors Saigon Buffalo. If you look at the matchups, mostly bot lane, already pushing out Flash's bot lane. They have to reset here. So a growing advantage towards the bot side. And with Guri clearing the first crap in bot side, it's gonna be hard for Fook to find any angle to actually stop this onslaught of Lulu and Aphelios. So Saigon Buffalo securing an early small advantage for their side, especially playing around their star player Shogun.
And talking about wards and scouting out, I quite like what Slay did there, which was saving up both of his wards and placing them both inside the jungle of Team Flash. So no matter how Fukwon tries to pass through, he gets spotted out by a ward, or at least he would if a control ward wasn't placed down by Huber.
Yeah, good reaction from Huber as well. Coated is struggling quite a bit in this matchup, which is not a good sign because it's not getting easier. But
he does have a CS lead, to be fair to him.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he got the early push, and he should dominate this matchup in the early few levels, but then Aatrox is getting stronger by the minute, and he's gonna have access to his ultimate soon, and Coated doesn't have an Ignite in this lane, so ultimate against ultimate should go in Aatrox's favor. Fukwon really trying to get in there, but it's too risky. If you go for the gank, Guri is already in position to counter. And this is a classic Saigon Buffalo strats. It's new players, but it's still the same team in some regards, where they really like to play around early advantages and jungle planning. And just looks like a game from Saigon Buffalo from back in the day when they still played around Bean J and all the scouting done by Taki. It's different players, as I said before, but maybe it's just Shogun and I guess Froggy from the bench directing their team in the old ways of the Saigon Buffalo.
Well, something that is very reminiscent of old Saigon Buffalo is Shogun having a CS lead, a very impressive first 5 minutes, and an 11 CS lead over Pudding, and the wave states are pretty much the same. Still though, I'm interested to see if Yoshino can find maybe a bit more of an advantage over Coach. He's already done very well in the lane, and Team Flash need to look towards Yoshino. Drake has been started up, and Guri has spotted Fukwon at the Drake pet.
Such an interesting sequence from Saigon Buffalo. So much fake pressure applied here through their bot lane control. They actually recalled the Lulu out of sight of Flash, so Flash had no idea that Lulu was going back to base, and Shogun played it quite aggressively, put himself in a little bit of danger there. He doesn't have cleanse, so getting out of the slows from Hugh and so on and the follow-up stun is not as easy, so he actually put himself into quite some danger.
Well, World Ender has been used by Yoshino. Is he going to go and just wait for Coated to pop the Dominus? And he's still playing this one relatively aggressive, just staying within range of Renekton, and then decides to head down. Might be getting caught out now by Guri in a 1v2. Heads over the wall. Coated will follow him through. No flash available for the Aatrox, and this is surely going to be first blood for the Team Flash top lane. And the rest of the team is showing up. Yoshino back over the wall. Fook one in for the rescue. Jane gets first blood, and now Blazes is forced to retreat as Team Flash take their winnings.
Aatrox healing, even without his ultimate, that Conqueror and Q healing just kept him alive, just kept him above 200 health, and they didn't have the execute damage. It looked dire for Yoshino there, but instead the first blood goes over to Jane out of nowhere, and suddenly Flash off to a decent start. They still haven't really circumvented their bot lane problems, which are more apparent every time we look at the bot lane. The power is getting chunked, the CS lead is growing, but everything else on the map is going alright for them.
And this is kind of, what we expected, looking at this on paper, and you see Saigon Buffalo against Team Flash, you think, look, it's Shogun and Slay in the bottom lane, we expect them to probably come out on top over putting in Huber, and then you look at Team Flash and think, right, Yoshino, this is where they need to put their attention, this is their kind of win condition. You talked about his veteran status, the titles that he has here in the VCS, and that's what they're doing so far.
That's the most narrative draft casting I've heard in a while. That was quite fun. But, I mean, to be fair, Flash was rather fortuitous with the first blood there, because it could have gone the other way. I'm not sure how much planning you can actually assign to Yoshino getting completely
Everything is planned.
Yeah. It works for the narrative, but they still need to somehow attack this bot lane problem. And I'm so sad I didn't get to actually talk about this cool move that Saigon Buffalo did there with the recalling of the Lulu. Let's see if they repeat this in future games, because I'm going to keep my eye on the bot lane movement. That was such a tricky little thing they did. Now, I'm not entirely sure why Flash is really forcing so hard on the Dragon when they're losing bot lane. This is dangerous. We also have Guri on level 6. We have Slays not quite level 6, so maybe that's the angle here. It seems like Flash is going to be successful.
Jane has been able to shove in the mid wave and rotate down well before Blazes. Engage coming through. Huber is tanking up a lot of damage.
Nice combo.
One kill, but will he get more? Putting free firing right now, looking towards Guri. Slay still on a full health, and now the slows are coming through, and Blazes is joining into the frame. Jane is turning away, flashing forward with the Empress Divide, but cannot find any members. Nice seismic shove onto the Saigon Buffalo mid lane, but Blazes survives. Guri survives as well. It is so tight. It is so tense, but it is Saigon Buffalo who get the one kill in return for Team Flash's Drake.
What an amazing performance from Jane. I think Jane just saved the game there. He was there for the rescue for his top lane, and now he hit 2 insane combos to delay Shogun's popping off in the fight. Shogun was in a really good position to take over the fight completely. He had a Lulu behind him, he had red-white, he had Flash ultimate, everything ready, and only Jane's really good positioning and W and E combo kept him from popping off and killing everyone there, and then he landed another really good shove. So I feel like Jane just saved the game for Flash. They get away with the Dragon, kind of. I feel like this is robbing the Dragon away from Saigon Buffalo's bot lane focus, so that's a good result, but they're losing their bleeding gold. Look at the gold lead right now. Saigon Buffalo is going to make it even worse with the first gold-focused objective of the game, the first Herald, so they need to find a way to get some of the gold back, because Shogun is accelerating, and that's never a good sign if you play against Saigon Buffalo.
Well, Saigon Buffalo find themselves with nearly a 1,000 gold lead. A lot of that is courtesy of the tower plates that have been picked up in the bottom lane on top of a CS lead that Shogun has. He is very far ahead of putting right now on this Aphelios, as Huber just decides, yeah, let's have a quick trade. Blazes is a little bit low, and for a second I thought Slay was a member of Team Flash trying to wrap in from behind, but he's just there to protect his mid laner. As Coated, I don't think has any issues here. Has a Dominus, will use it. Surely Pudding doesn't get the kill. Has a lot of damage being being thrown down. Huber just tanking up the tower so that Jane can come in. Takes a lot of damage. Fook 1 now following up with a play. Dilla has... He does have the ult available, I think.
It wasn't when they started the dive. Okay, they don't have the damage on the other side to actually dive Yoshino, so it's not as bad as it looked like. Could have been game losing if Saigon Buffalo got the top lane kill plus tower. They might still get the tower, but Renekton.
There we go with the cease and desist. Coated, absolutely popped, and that is a kill for putting his first of the game. Meanwhile, on the top side, Rift Herald was dropped down, and Shogun was able to get another plate.
Well, if you look at the map, you think Saigon Buffalo must have gotten a lot of gold on the other lanes, but it's not actually the case. They only got one plating in top lane. The nerfed Herald can't actually get the 2 plates guaranteed anymore, and Blazes was only able to get 1 plating in mid lane and shove the wave in, only for Jane to collect it. So while it should have been a big punish for all the time invested for Flash into the bot lane, Saigon Buffalo kind of blunder on their punish, and they didn't get the counter kill, they didn't get the top tower, even though they had Shogun in position. So, in the end, maybe a positive play for Flash.
I think it's definitely a positive play for Flash. The gold is still 1,000 apiece, and, well, it was Saigon Buffalo who had the Rift Herald, so the fact that the gold stayed even despite that, and I think Pudding as well, getting a kill, being able to pick up a few tower plates, albeit it was shared with other members of Team Flash. Gold going into his pocket, now has a static Shiv, can maybe answer some of Shogun's power a little bit better in some of the ensuing skirmishes.
Now my eyes are glued to these itemizations, because we've seen so many interesting little things in the ADC itemization going back and forth. A lot of people just refusing to build IE for a long time, because they're just too addicted to the Gale Force dash. But Gale Force actually getting nerfed again, so there are some people who actually build IE again, and with the IE buffs, you deal insane damage if you can get away with it. You have a Lulu, you have Ghost. I feel like this is one of the games where you could realistically go for IE and really dominate the team fights. You are supposed to be, like, as Shogun here, the Aphelios is supposed to be the main carry, so if not in this game, then in which one? So I feel like, yeah, this could be an IE game. Of course, you still want the Gale Force mobility against a lot of the other threats, against Aatrox to dodge this W, against the Alistar to reposition, so I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, we'll definitely look out for that second item on the side of Shogun.
Coated trading on to Yoshino, both top laners going low. Yoshino, though, more so than Coated. I think Coated will be very happy with how that trade has gone. Both ultimates burned by the top laners, Saigon Buffalo and Team Flash.
Look, you tell me, didn't he just have lethal there if he had a little bit of heal reduction? Like, if you just buy one heal reduction item, doesn't Renekton just kill the Aatrox, that situation there?
Look, I'm going to be honest. I'm the kind of top laner that always thinks, hey, look, the Renekton is low, the Aatrox is low, I can kill them, and then I die. So I'm probably not the right person to answer that question, because I would probably agree with you, Yulwei.
Really weird decision not to go for any heal reduction against an Aatrox, especially when you already have a pretty decent, like, opportunity to go for the all-in. But we have another all-in here on Shogun. Can he get away?
One over the wall. Shogun flashes over the Drake Pit wall and is just trying to free a fire as much as he can. Seismic Shove lands, and very low goes Guri again. Jane playing this fight really well with the Unraveled Earth. Huber finding a fantastic engage to follow up on Fook 1's flash cease and desist. Drake still up for the taking.
Am I allowed to nerd a bit about Aphelios?
Of course.
Because
I love nerding.
I think this was one of the few situations where you really don't want red white, because he didn't have the range. It would have been much better to have a ranged weapon there. If he had blue or green there and could actually fire some shots over the wall and actually hit the Alistar consistently, that could have been a one fight, because he was in a really good position with Lulu ult and so on. But we're not done yet. Maybe?
Drake has been started. Guri just looking to try to lock Slay down in position, but cannot land the Q. Team Flash get their second Drake of the game, and I think if you could have told the Team Flash squad that, hey, in game 1, 15 minutes in, you'll be a 1,000 gold down, but you will have 2 Drakes, I think they might have taken that.
And it's such a strange way the game has gone, because Saigon Buffalo, as we talked about, all of the 50 minutes of the game have completely dominated bot lane, but lost the first 2 dragons. That is not compute. That makes no sense whatsoever. You have the dominating bot lane, you have a super strong ADC, and a strong team fighting jungler, but you lose all the early dragons? What? That Something went wrong here in Saigon Buffalo's approach, and I feel like it's actually more Team Flash really coming together well on the Dragon and preparing these fights really well and knowing what to focus, how to focus, not to overextend into the red-white. Instead of chasing for the target you had there on the Vi, maybe you get a replay, instead of chasing for the kill on Shogun, which is super, super scary because he has a Lulu, he has a Flash, he has red-white, so he heals, he deals a lot of damage, they just knocked him away with Alistar and said, okay, well, you can't hit us now, we just wait out your shurikens and then we go for the Dragon. Super well played. Very un-VCS-like.
All these years we were trying to figure out how to counter Felius red and white. Team Flash have found it. Just knock him away and then he can't hit you. Yeah. GG, well played.
True. Alistar doing some arena tactics here. Just W.
Oh god, you reminded me. So for those people who don't know, Yulwei and I, we've been playing a few games of Arena. I've always been on Alistar because I don't have hands and pressing W on targets is very easy to do. And you've just been playing whatever and we've just been winning.
Yeah, we've been very successful. Let's play some more tonight, but Coated needs to get away here. What is Saigon Buffalo doing? They're not reading the positioning really well. They're just getting caught over and over again on both sides of the map, and Team Flash is getting away with a lot of very easy summoner spells. And Hugh finds another one.
Oh, two-man pulverize into the two-man seismic shove. Huber is low, will be able to survive, forced to reset.
Oh,
but
the interrupt.
In comes Yoshino, and surely that's going to be a kill. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Both junglers have fallen.
Oh man, Saigon Buffalo need to get their thoughts in order. I'm not sure what's going on. They're playing so sloppily on all the rotations and really good collapses for Flash. The problem for Flash is they can't really advance the game state. They're doing good play after good play, but somehow it's not resulting in an overwhelming advantage for their side, apart from the Dragon count. Now, the next Dragon is going to be quite important, because if they get to Soul Point, Saigon Buffalo is going to be forced to fight and stand up to all the engaged from Team Flash. So that's where my eyes are on and where we focused on for the next few minutes. Because in 2 minutes, I think the game could be decided. If Flash wins a team fight and gets to Soul Point, that game should be theirs.
Saigon Buffalo able to get the Rift Herald, and here's that engage started off by Huber.
Once again, Huber, Jane together. So much damage, so much control. And here, the lack of Ignite really comes to bite them, because that could have been a kill on Huber. That eliminates a little bit of the follow-up CC, because Huber is still looking for an opportunity. You can also see how much damage Shogun is already able to dish out, so that's still quite scary, especially for something like a Vi. If she overcommits into something like a Lulu and a Zir and Shogun on red-white, then she just dies, right? So you need to be very careful, but so far, Flash has been disciplined and not over-chasing for targets.
Coated on the top side of the map, able to pick up the first tower of the game, or it was secured by minions. Coated was nearby, so I'm assuming he did get gold for that first tower. Otherwise, that would be very, very sad for Saigon Buffalo.
The biggest question right now for Saigon Buffalo is, can they get to another item? Can they get Shogun on 2 items? Oh, that's a big engage once again. This is scary. This is the over-engage I was talking
Buffalo,
about.
Mid laner. Teleport comes through from Yoshino. We have Infernal Drake in 1 minute time. And Saigon Buffalo don't have any teleports of their own, so they cannot abuse the fact that Yoshino just uses TP to try to maybe shove in top wave and then teleport down for this Drake.
Okay, now we can get to see if Saigon Buffalo is on their best behavior, because right now Fook 1's ultimate is down. He's useless in a teamfight. Try to force a teamfight right now, and the enemy team has no access to your backline. If you wait too long, Fook's ultimate is going to be up again. I'm not sure if it's going to come up in 20 seconds, so I think this Dragon now might be Saigon Buffalo's. I think Flash just completely fumbled their approach to this Dragon. Why would you blow your ultimate so early before the fight? Now they already also have to deal with the mid lane wave. This looks really promising now for Saigon Buffalo. They have a second item in Shogun as well. He just spiked with the Gale Force. Yeah, I feel like this is too scary for Flash to fight, but maybe Yoshino can find an angle.
Yoshino is not scared of anything. Well, there are a few things he is scared of, as Saigon Buffalo just trying to contest vision. But as they do that, it means Fuquan is getting closer to getting that ultimate back up. All the while, Yoshino quickly heading over to the bottom side. Might be able to pick up a tower as well. But Saigon Buffalo want to ensure that they have the mid lane priority before they start up the Infernal Drake.
Rush the freaking dragon! The Vi ult is down! Why? What are you waiting for, Saigon Buffalo? Thank you. Okay, they're finally doing it. Fook is getting close. Maybe he can steal. Okay, it's secured.
The Drake has been secured, coated down to half health. Can Team Flash force a fight? Fuquan has his ultimate back up once again, as out comes the Aphelios ultimate. Will land onto Jane and get a bit of damage down. Saigon Buffalo looking like they want to force a fight. Blazes has that Empress Divide available, and Yoshino still searching for this flank. And Ingo, Saigon Buffalo searching for Yoshino, flashes out of the Empress Divide and will be able to survive. Meanwhile, Team Flash able to get the mid lane out of tower.
Milky, what happened to my league?
With the VCS, the very slow championship.
Yeah, apparently.
That doesn't work.
Because in all the years past, that would have been a full-blown 5v5 bloodbath there. Both teams were posturing, 5 members from both teams ready to fight, and no one dies? What is going on? We're playing macro here. I'm not prepared for this.
Well, I felt this as well when I watched when I was covering the Team Wells Team Secret series. It just felt very different. It felt a lot more calculated. It felt a lot slower and a lot more patient from both teams, and we're seeing that here as well from Saigon Buffalo and Team Flash. And to me, I see this as kind of a good side, a little bit of measurement from both Saigon Buffalo and Flash.
Yeah, well, the problem is, if you want to play like that as Flash, you need to do something on the other side of the map, because you essentially just did nothing for 2-3 solid minutes. You wasted your Vi ultimate, and instead of just giving up the dragon, which would have been the prudent call, because it's super hard to win the fight after, right? And losing one dragon is not actually that big of a deal. You scale well into the late game too. Just invest into side lanes, get 2 towers down, and get closer in the gold lead. They just did nothing with all the time they had on their hands, and essentially just gave Saigon Buffalo 2-3 minutes of free domination.
I do want to give, kind of a bit of an explanation for why I think Fuquan went for that play, because there is this idea that you can do, and I was discussing it as well with another cast on a broadcast, is as a jungler or anyone, if you can try to find and engage onto one of the carries, in this case Blazes or Shogun, as Huber's taking a lot of damage, but it will just be a bit of damage thrown out by Saigon Buffalo, and that's all. If you can get an engage onto someone like Shogun or Blazes a minute, 2 minutes before a Drake, and trade your ultimate for their flash, their cleanse, your ultimate is going to be up before their summoner is, and then you have a big advantage for that objective fight.
I mean, sure, if it works, but the problem is you're playing against an Azir with Crown and Lulu, so it's not going to happen. So, the theory I can see, but it's not going to happen against these champions, and then you just wasted your ultimate. He almost died for it as well, so it was not a good call in that case. It can work, of course. Blowing ultimate for flash trades can be beneficial. It can actually also be not so great for you, because sometimes the flash has less value than the ultimate, especially if the champ like Vi relies on the ultimate so much. So it's an interesting call in this case. It really didn't work for Flash, and now the game is back in an almost equal state and an almost in an equilibrium between the two teams. Saigon Buffalo, they're waiting for a few more items, maybe an opportunity, but it's getting scarier. If you look at the other side, put in 2.5 items, that's still a Zeri, so...
Yep. Now, I do want to bring something up. Earlier on in the game, you talked about how you wanted to discuss items. Let's talk about items again, particularly coated. He's got his anti-heal, but he has evolved it. Are you happy about that, or would you have rather just seen the Executioner's Culling?
I think that's a good item, right? Has decent stats. Honestly, doesn't matter. It's a Renekton. He just builds AD,
True.
Bits of AD, HP, and a cooldown reduction, and then he's fine. Like, whatever. He doesn't really do much in the late game in this game anyway. I think he essentially just marks Yoshino and Huber and tries to get a little bit of burst on either of those two to disassociate them from engaging. So he's not the main carry of this team, so I think it doesn't really matter too much what he's building. I really like the hero reduction.
Saigon Buffalo just starting Baron and thinking, I wonder if Team Flash will try to contest us. And Team Flash say, there's no way you guys are actually going to try to commit to that. And Saigon Buffalo say, you know what? Yeah, we'll put our hands up. We definitely weren't doing that. Drake is up in 30 seconds time. That is going to be the focus for both teams. Still, if Team Flash can get that Infernal, they will be on to Soul Point.
Bit concerned about both teams' lack of investment into vision around the dragon side. It looks like Saigon Buffalo is once again the first on the map, clearing mid waves with their insane wave control on this champion. That's one of the reasons why it's so good and always matter. If you get blue gun, the wave goes bye-bye. But also, they are the first to control the space, and Flash really just gave up the dragon again. They are pinging onto the Baron, but it might already be a bit late to start the Baron. Now, let's see. They're gonna try to force Saigon Buffalo away from the Dragon.
Oh, Yoshino's hovering over Drake, which is making Team Flash not want to do it, alongside with the fact that Baron has been started. Now, does Yoshino just look to push in bot? No, he's going to head over towards mid lane. All teleports are up for the mid and top laners of both sides.
Spicy situation. This could be game deciding. If Yoshino oversteps, or Yoshino could get an insane flank, or he could overstep. But here goes Flash with the engage.
Weaver's Wall, nice seismic shove on it to Curtin. Moonlight Vigil lands onto 2 members, and wow, so much damage onto Jane and Fook1. And now Saigon Buffalo use the movement speed. They chase in onto Huber, forced to flash away, and Team Flash are still all alive, but they are definitely not healthy.
Ooh, this could be both objectives if Saigon Buffalo plays it correctly, because Alistair is not a champion right now. He could just as well be dead. He doesn't have ultimate, he's low, he's chunked. He can't really do anything. Saigon Buffalo, I would transition over to Dragon and then try to go maybe for a pick around Baron, but it seems like they actually want the big prize. They want the worm. This is a little bit of the riskier decision to take. They spot Fook, it could work.
Huber has reset, so has Jane. Jane, though, has teleporting in to the mid lane. Team Flash are not going to try to trade Baron for Infernal, and really well played by Fook1 to pull Saigon Buffalo away from the Baron, allow the Nashor to reset, and again, Saigon Buffalo are looking for Yoshino. Oh. They lock him down, but here comes the rest of Team Flash. Can Yoshino stay alive for long enough?
Really Yoshino healing!
And Cody gets blown up. The healing from the Aatrox is disgusting. Flashing forward, looking for Shogun, who flashes out to safety, but putting flashes forward.
Oh, Shogun!
No, Shogun has a stopwatch, but putting kills him as soon as he comes out of stasis. A triple kill for the Team Flash ADC and 4 kills for Team Flash.
What a fight and what an engaged Team Flash found there. Saigon Buffalo went for too much. They tried to get absolutely everything from their engage. They should have been just happy with the Dragon. Instead, they might just lose the game here on this engagement. Big lead for Flash. They get the Baron. They are now up almost 3k gold. And it was so close. Look at Yoshino's HP. This is where the heal reduction comes in clutch, because they could have bursted him down here if Kota doesn't die. Yoshino is very close to dying, and then everything activates at once for him. He gets the Conqueror, he gets some healing, he gets the shield, and suddenly he's a big threat. Shogun has to flash away. Oh, it all turned in such minute little details there, and Flash walks away with the victory and a good chance to win map number 1.
And now on to the Infernal Drake. Team Flash will be able to take this uncontested, and I so want to praise Yoshino for that. He's been a thorn in the side of Saigon Buffalo throughout the game, just playing behind enemy lines, making Saigon Buffalo know, hey, I am here, you cannot do anything about me. And Saigon Buffalo don't know, do they want to ignore the Aatrox? Do they want to try to pick the Aatrox? They've tried both, and neither has worked. And for the first time in this game, Team Flash find themselves with a goal lead.
And there was one very interesting little interaction where the Azir tried to chase down Fook, right? And you saw them interact, and you thought, okay, if Fook... Oh, there's an engage, never mind me.
Engage into a really nice Moonlight Vigil. Pudding goes golden coated, is coming from behind. Pudding has already fallen. It's a shutdown for Shogun. What can Yoshino do? Not enough. He has to play 1v4. Jade is over the wall, finds a really nice seismic shove. Fook1 follows in there on the play. Slay is low, Shogun is low. Both forced to back away, and it is a 2v2, or I should say 2 kills for 2. Team Flash still have the Baron buff, and they continue to push forward.
Dangerous as Flash doesn't account for the GA. They could really turn the game around in their opponent's favor once again. Shogun is low, but he does have GA, and he has a Lulu walking back up towards him. So yeah, it's good for Flash to pull away. Good engage there from Guri. It doesn't quite accomplish what they tried to do, but it buys a little bit more time, probably delays the Baron. It's only up from 50 more seconds, so one more fight for Saigon Buffalo to gain back a little bit of control in this game.
But I look at that fight, and you can't really see that going so much better. Look at this engage from Guri.
Beautifully done. They get on top of Puddin. Perfect engage. Puddin has to stopwatch instantly. He didn't have the flash, so the stopwatch is kind of just delaying the inevitable, right? But it buys time for Yoshino to get Shogun insanely low. And if Shogun stays alive with more HP, they can play so aggressively with Shogun on Wide Gun, with Lulu, with the speed up, with the extra safety of his GA. But now he's too low. He can't commit into them. And that really saves the fight. So once again, Yoshino, the hero for Team Flash here.
Absolutely huge on this Aatrox. Level 17, the highest in the game. 1, 0, and 5. One of 3 players yet to die. Yoshino, Jane, and Slay. And Team Flash on the precipice, you have to feel, of taking the game. At the very least on the precipice of breaking into Saigon Buffalo's base. And that next objective is going to be a critical one. Infernal Drake in just over 2 minutes. And it could be Infernal Soul for Team Flash.
And you really have to feel like Blazes needs to pull a little bit more weight, because so far his damage has been pretty negligible on the enemy targets. He's now on 3 items. He went for a more squishy focus build, where he really deals a lot of damage to Puddin and Jane, but not so much to maybe the bigger frontliners with a little bit of MR, especially looking at Fook there. He has really struggled to have an impact in this game, failed a few of his ultimates. And maybe you should try to play the ultimates more defensively instead of always going for the big shuffle play, because he has attack speed, he has Conqueror, he should really try to get as many auto attacks in as possible. And if you have a strong Azir, powered up by Conqueror, powered up by all the soldiers right next to him, with a Lulu and 2 frontliners, I feel like maybe that's the better approach for team fights, instead of just going for the all or nothing shuffle play into die instantly.
I want to point out some important items, which is Shogun has GA completed, Coated has GA completed. Neither of those cooldowns have been burnt yet. However, Pudding has just completed his GA, and what I was going to say is if Saigon Buffalo can get the fight around Drake before that item is completed, maybe that's a really big kind of window that they have to have the edge over Team Flash.
1 minute to go for the big fight that might decide the game yet again. And you really have to favor Flash here. Their Zeri has finally scaled into a formidable carry, and I feel like Jane has had an impeccable game. This was instantly locked in. Think back to the draft. It was Alistair and Talia instantly as a response to the first pick Drell, and so far it has worked to a T. I think they're dominating the CC fight against the Drell, and they also control so much space with all the stones from Jane, with all the E and W zone. So this Talia pick might become really important today in this series.
A very smart draft from Team Flash. Very quickly, your way looking to that final team fight, that potential final team fight. Saigon Buffalo, what do you want to see them doing to be able to win this fight around the Drake and pull themselves back into this game?
They need to spot Aatrox. That's the first thing they really have to do. Shogun on okay weapons. Maybe you can get his green gun to change to red as well, or maybe blue even, to have even more damage. But it seems like Saigon Buffalo is playing this very aggressively. I feel like they really need to invest some time to spot out Yoshino. But there's no time left.
Yoshino. He's looking to come in from the side. He has a blast cone to get into the pit. Weaver's Wall to cut off members. In goes Coated.
There he is.
As you and here comes the Yoshino. Tries to get hit by the Emperor's Divide, but it completely misses. And Pudding is just a free firing. Yoshino buying all the space that Team Flash need for their ADC. Goes golden. 2 kills for Team Flash. Putting over the wall, and now is searching for more. And Team Flash keep on charging forward. It is only the ADC and support left standing. Shogun gets 1, but he will get no more. The Guardian's Angel has been popped, and as soon as he comes out of space into a seismic shove, Pudding gets the kill. Slay might survive, but Saigon Buffalo will not be surviving this game.
Yeah, one of the biggest mid lane gaps I've seen in a very long time. Jane wiped the floor with Blazes. And
oh, that flash was clean.
Rightfully, Team Flash wins game number 1. And we talked so much about Team Flash needing the momentum, needing to win game number 1. Remember, they still lost the series 2 weeks ago when they won. Oh, they're not actually going to finish, but it's like 99% their win now. Maybe Saigon Buffalo can come up with a cool engage. Maybe Shogun can find another insane moment. Or maybe Blazes actually finds his buttons for once in this game. But Team Flash now with the soul.
Don't do him dirty like that.
I mean, come on. Did you see what he did in this fight? Let's keep our eyes on Blazes, okay? He gets flanked. He's in the back of the pit, so he could ult, but what is this? what did he just do? And then he just gets engaged
we call
on.
that unlucky. We call that unlucky.
I mean, he could have just flashed over the wall and used his range, but instead he just
well,
died.
Team Flash want to end this series, end this game right here. They wish they could end the series right here. And for Team Flash, they get 2 more kills. Coated and Slay fall, and now the Baron Nashor will be falling as well.
Yeah, that it will, and that will spell the demise of Saigon Buffalo in game number 1. They've been holding out in a bad position for a while now, but Team Flash should just walk it in and finish the game. There's too much damage, there's too much tankiness, too much healing on the side of Flash now, and without any summoners, without GA, I don't think Shogun can do anything, even though most of the time I think he's capable of winning any game in the VCS, but maybe not so much here.
Well, Team Flash, over the 9 games that they have had with Saigon Buffalo so far this split, they have only won 2. And now they will be picking up their 3rd win, a desperate engage from Guri, but there is no follow-up from Saigon Buffalo. Huber is just tanking all of the damage, a really nice Empress Divide, but the Nexus has fallen, and Team Flash take game 1 of our best of 5.
That they do. What a game to start the series. Team Flash with a game win. It's not a series win yet. They haven't won a series in a very, very long time. But this was the needed momentum. They really had to come out swinging in the series to maybe turn their fortune around. It's an elimination series, and Saigon Buffalo once again starts a little bit on... once again, I mean, they actually won the first game against GAM, but in the end, it was not enough for them. In game number 1, they can bounce back, and I feel like Flash really won this game to a large part in Champion Select. Their first rotation picks were so impressive. I was in love with the Alistair Talia as a counter instantly in Turel. That's where I want to on in the next Champion Select. See if that's the same approach for both teams for game number 2.
Well, a fantastic start then to the series for Team Flash. We're going to be heading into a short break, and when we return, we'll be heading into picks and bans for game 2 of the series. Stay tuned.
Yeah, keep it simple. Drop a rock into the water, watch it ripple. Tides turn quick, just keep your head on a swivel. Competition getting stiff, I'm here to make you wiggle. You know me, surround your whole town, make you yell siege. All-star, homie, this the king's speech. You can lock it down, we gon' still preach. Boy, preach. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Boy, you already know I'm the real wonder. Boy, Before I bring the storm, you gonna feel thunder. So your body count is up there with killmongers. How about you come take a look at some real numbers? Might just double up on you while I still slumber. I'm the living proof, I'm just coming through for the thrill of it. Room full of all-stars, we all guys. Somebody gotta be Zeus, I'll take charge. Right. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Positive, negative, I'll take charge and shake eyes, remain great while I pay homage. They always said that pressure can make diamonds, so keep climbing all the way up, that's where you'll find me. Right next to the legends, I go off my brethren. Said goodbye to the old me, I'ma make sure that you know me. After this here you gon' own me. Didn't choose a game, it chose me. You know what G-O mean to an OG, let's go. Fight, who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Yeah. Get your back off the wall. Come on, yep, come one, yep, come on. Get up, yep, get your back off the wall. Come on, yep, come one, yep, come on.
The night beckons while you dream. Never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken.
Hello, people. Saigon Buffalo were our favourites for this series, but yeah, Team Flash had taken game 1. While some things changed in the VCS, upsets do still happen. We didn't have a crazy game your way. It was very measured. And Team Flash, first 10 minutes looked a bit iffy. They had a slight goal deficit, but they were able to stack up those Drakes. They started winning some big fights, and 2 of the main players for that, Yoshino, incredible on the Aatrox, kind of spacing the members of Saigon Buffalo away, and then Jane finding some really nice Talia seismic shoves in Unraveled Earths.
Yeah, pretty fascinating game, I'd say, for the first I've been casting back here. So I'm quite happy with this game, and I feel like the potential for a good series today is there because both teams seem relatively well matched. I still expect Saigon Buffalo to come out with a victory today because that's just what they've done consistently against Flash. Like, how many games? This was the 10th game and they're 7-3, so you should still expect them to win, even if this one game went Flash's way. But I really like the preparation for Flash. I really like the approach to the draft, and that's what I'm really fascinated with, because honestly, both teams found interesting counters, right? The one team countered with Alistair coming in as a rel counter together with Talia, and then the other team instantly went to Lulu, which is not a champion we see super much of, especially in the VCS, because it has been nerfed over and over again. But into an Alistair lane, sure, go Lulu, completely destroy him in lane. That's exactly what they did. So in the end, both teams had cool adaptations in draft, and it just came down to execution. And as you said, yeah, Jane just with an insanely good game, much better than his opponent solo lane. And I feel both solo laners outperformed their counterparts on the side of Saigon Buffalo. Yoshino also with much more pressure in the late game than the Renekton. So in the end, solo lanes reign supreme, and maybe Saigon Buffalo just have to step up their solo lane game.
I mean, we talked about some of the stats. We talked about how Coated hadn't lost a game on Renekton. Fukwon also hadn't lost a game on the Vi. We talked about how, for Blazes, Azir was one of his most played champions, but with such a low win rate, only at 29%, that win rate is going to drop further. We're heading into picks and bans for game 2 of the series. So once again, that priority to the rel pick, again, for Saigon Buffalo over on the blue side.
And will they answer again with Talia Alistair? I like the Talia. I'm not sure if you should go Alistair again, honestly. I think Talia alone is already a pretty decent counter in terms of setup around objectives. Alistair this early in the draft just gives the enemy team so many opportunities to build an aggressive lane, and honestly I feel like if Aphelios Lulu was on the Tamer side, you could really go double down on that, and I would have loved to see some G2 spies here just go Kokma Braum and just eat the Alistair alive, right? So I like this change in draft priorities. Go Vi over Alistair, so you can still go Alistair if you want to, but you keep open the bot lane ambiguity for a little bit longer, because otherwise it's too easy to counter for Shogun and Slay.
I would just like to highlight again that Kai'Sa is open, so is the Aphelios, the Zeri, kind of the 3 ADCs we expect to be locked in when that Xayah is banned away. I know as well, I've been seeing a lot of Maokai, a lot of Sejuani in the jungle. Haven't really seen any priority towards that, as Saigon Buffalo again go for this Aphelios or Lulu Yulaway, but this time Team Flash haven't committed anything towards the bottom lane.
Salty run back. Okay, now Lulu is not easy to counter with any of the engaged supports, right? She kind of has a good matchup into most of them.
Give me Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank would be interesting. I feel like you just go Alistair later in this draft anyway, or maybe a little bit stronger lane, maybe something like Nautilus or Leona, fight back a little bit more. Of course, there is always the faint opportunity to maybe go something like Soraka or Nami, or Milio.
Look,
even.
I have had enough of Lucian Nami. I don't want to see Nami again for like at least another year. I am sick of that champion, even though it's not been a thing for, you know, a good few months, but the Zeri is locked in for pudding.
Yeah, and Nami is actually not that great of a matchup into Lulu, so I think Soraka is much more likely. Maybe even a Sona or something if you want to go really spicy.
Ooh.
Because the enemy team doesn't have great engage, right? So Sona you could actually get away with Sona in this draft, but I think I'm losing my mind a bit with the Enchanter options, because in the end we all know it's just gonna be an Alistair. For no reason whatsoever. Blitzcrank ban, hey! They know their stuff. They know their stuff.
So, over in the EMEA Masters, I got to see a couple of Kalista games, one of which was with a Blitzcrank, and it was very, very fun to watch. And I don't know, I always like a bit of Blitzcrank. When I see Saigon Buffalo, you usually think, hey, maybe Taki's going to play it. Taki not here. Slay has already had the Lulu locked in. And now it is Team Flash to decide what do they want to lock in. Will they lock in their support? Now, you'd think that they would so that Yoshino has counterpick.
I hate this league. Oh, my God.
What? We're going to get the Renekton now?
Of course. I mean, Kota is gonna run back the Renekton to give a free Aatrox R5 again, for no reason whatsoever. See it happen right in front of you. No! Wow, okay, let's go. That's a good...
Now Yoshino locks in Renekton.
That is so interesting, because now Buffalo essentially have no engage whatsoever, because Rel, okay, you look at Rel and you say, what are you talking about, your way? They have engaged, but you have to deal with Alistar and Talia as Rel, so... Oh, this is...
likey.
This is such an interesting draft now, because you're setting up a side lane domination from Akali, right? And then the core of the team is super strong in the mid game with both Rumble, Lulu, and of course the Rel as well. Aphelia's a little bit lacking behind, but he's decent on 2 items as well. Even 1 item he can do stuff. And
do you know what I would love to see here, Your Way? Just very quickly, I want to put this in. I would love to see the Lulu go top and rumble into Alistar and burn out some lovely barbecue steak.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't know if it works.
I mean, to be honest, you can grill an alligator steak in the top lane as well, because Rumble pretty much handles Renekton quite well these days. So we ended up having R4 Alistar into Lulu and then an R5 Renekton into Rumble. Things only VCS can produce. It's something. It's quite the draft there.
You gotta love it. You know, we like to move about the VCS being the Vietnamese cow series or the Vietnamese croc series. We got both. We got everything. Maybe.
Let's go.
I mean, we had it in game 1. We've had it in game 2. But in game 1, we didn't see, you know, the traditional VCS of all guns blazing, murder each other 25 times within the first 15 minutes. Very measured. We'll see whether we get that again here in game 2. And again, we've talked about how this isn't exactly the start of a series between Flash and Psycho Buffalo. They played against each other last week in a best of 5, so this is a kind of continuation of what these two teams have learnt about each other.
I think it was 2 weeks ago, but yeah, your point still stands. They have played very recently on this patch, so they know each other well. They know their draft tendencies rather well. I'm not sure if you want to know draft tendencies in this matchup, because it doesn't seem to really impact what's going on. We still end up with Alistar and Renekton. It's strange. I feel like Flash had a decent opening in this draft, but then really fumbled R4 and R5, and they could just come out and destroy Saigon Buffalo here in game number 2, and then I have to eat my words. But I feel like Saigon Buffalo found a good way to run back the same composition again, which usually is super risky, right? If you lose again on almost the same draft as in game 1, then you're 0-2, you haven't tried anything else, and you're on match point for elimination. So that's a very, very scary prospect, but they know their Rel, Aphelios, Lulu core is a strong core, and they just make a few adaptations. That's what you want to see from teams. I think Saigon Buffalo has this game. I have to predict here.
I want to quickly look back to game 1, as I think you're always getting ready to pull us into a game, which is talking about that Lulu Aphelios, because while I agree with you, Yulway, that it was good in lane, and yes, we did see Shogun getting an early lead, after the first 10-15 minutes where he had that 10-15 CS lead over Pudding, nothing changed after that point. And Saigon Buffalo couldn't really accelerate Shogun's lead despite sending him topside to get tower plate. So I actually want to lean more to the side that this Aphelios Lulu didn't work. They got gold into Shogun, which is where they wanted it, but they couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, but yeah, it didn't work for the team, but it worked as a combo. And you have to separate the two, right? Because they did everything they wanted to do, but the rest of the team let them down. The Azir was completely useless, actually negative pressure and really bad in teamfights. Guri somehow managed to not get any dragon pressure with a winning bot lane, which is like, how? What are you doing? So I feel like you really can't blame Shogun and Slay for this one, because they did everything they had to do. They had decent team fights as well. Maybe not the greatest ever. I feel like Shogun might have been better off just going IE and really trying for the most damage possible. So the 1v9 Berserker angle. But in the end, I don't think the Aphelios Lulu as a combo failed in the last game. I think it was more the rest of the team really letting them down. Think of the Renekton. Like, that was negative pressure as well. So maybe just a new game, a new slate, just a clean slate to try it again is the correct approach.
I have a fun fact for you, Your Way.
Of course you do.
How many Blazes Akali games do you think there are over his career?
Over his career? Quite a few, I would. Maybe something like 17?
17. Ooh. No, it's just 3. He played all of them in Season 12 as well as Yoshino having a quick trade onto Coated, forcing him under his tower.
He's Coated not running Ignite. What is up with top laners today? We're in the VCS. Go Ignite. Burn some crocs. What's going on?
All about that 1-3-1, baby.
With Rumble, 1-3-1. Okay,
Yeah.
well, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
you know, it's a bit like Gangplank. You go to side lane, you drop your ult down in mid lane from 2 screens away, and you're like, yeah, my job's done.
Well, maybe he goes for an aggressive early game teleport play. We've seen more of those in especially LEC, I feel like, where people just teleport a level at mid 10 because it's possible again, and then really accelerate the game from there. BB did it 2 or 3 times in the last G2 series, so maybe that's the approach here. I would have really liked to see just go for lane, just cook that Renekton R5, punish them, and Rumble with Ignite can definitely work. He wants to group late game anyway. Who cares about teleport? You still have an Akali. So, yeah. I feel like VCS just did a complete 180 from accelerated LPL to slower LCK for some reason. I'm not entirely sure what's going on.
This is what happens when we stop casting the region for a whole split. You know, that it gets dull. Maybe once they realize we're back, they'll start playing, you know, crazy games. Although we did see a little bit of it between Wales and Secret as potentially Coach stepping too far forward. Yoshino now trading onto him. Good flash out of the VQ.
That was the perfect flash, actually, because the Vi committed flash as well. So Coated really not holding back with the summoner spells. Well played, and Flash traded in that situation is actually so positive for them. Oh, Shogun with the bait.
Pulverize. Shogun is so low. Ignite ticking, burning down on him, and Guri just hovering over the wall and putting in Huber say, look, we've got the Aphelios down. That's fine.
That was a bait from Shogun, but it was very aggressively played because they wanted to have the enemy team overcommit so Guri could come in and clean up, but they lost so much HP on their ADC, so now they have to go back. Still with a positive push though, so it's still a decent situation, but if you compare the bot lane prowess to last game, same matchup, at this point Shogun was up like 10-15 CS already, so it's not quite going as well as in the last game.
But do you know what the difference is though between these two matchups?
Game 1
No.
and game number 2? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, aside from that, Pudding has not gone for a card, so a little
That's
bit
true,
more damage
yeah.
Pudding heading into this lane, and I think that might be the deciding factor.
That's a good observation, yeah. A little bit more HP to work with, just burning through his 3 extra potions right in the start. I also feel like the bait actually really backfired on Shogun and Slay because they just win the 2v2 if nothing happens. So you don't really have to force any engage or any gank or anything. Just play it slowly, play a solid laning phase. Level 6
that
for
was
Blazes.
a lovely shove from Jane onto Blazes. And again, we kind of talked about Blazes in game 1 on the Azir, not really able to do much, not having much of an impact here on the Akali. And again, it's Saigon Buffalo with the Akali. We think back to a year ago, we think about Harsmed, we think about Froggy, both of whom had very, very good Akali games. We'll see whether Blazes can fill in that role for Saigon Buffalo.
He really needs to step up from last game. I like that they didn't go for Azir again because I really think you have to kind of change your champion if you had such a stinker of a game in game 1 on one champion. So I like this new approach. A completely different champion needs to play everything almost the exact opposite as an Azir, or compared to an Azir. So let's see if Blazes is a little bit more aggressively minded or just split push minded in this game compared to his Azir performance in game number 1. So far, a very quiet early game. No early dragons. As I say that, Guri this time is using the bot pressure to start a dragon. He learned from last game. I'm happy to see that.
There we go. Well, the funny thing with the last game, it was Saigon Buffalo had the priority bot side, and it was Team Flash who got the first Drake of the game. But it was Team Flash who had priority top side, and Saigon Buffalo got the first Rift Herald of the game. So we'll see how things go this time.
What's
Flash
going on
away
here?
from Slay, Flash forward from Huber. Jane coming in from the side, they're looking for the kill onto Slay. Seismic shove doesn't land, but first blood picked up by Fook One. A 1-for-1. Blazes goes in for more, jumps in with the Shuriken flip, finds the second kill of the fight, and a poor old Fook One is left in a 1v3. Shogun will get the kill, 3-for-1 for Saigon Buffalo.
Really well played by Shogun and his team. What an interesting fight to look at. I want to see the replay immediately, but this time they just stand their ground. They know they are stronger in the 4v4 right now. They have better positioning. Enemy team needs to abandon waves as though if they want to contest. So even if the fight goes equally, they win just based on wave states. But look at this. Slay buys so much time. It looks pretty bad at the start because Slay just goes down. But now these three champions together are way stronger. And what a lovely stun from Guri to follow up. Puddin goes down. Blazes gets a kill. Shogun gets, I think, 2 kills. I didn't count the first one correctly. And lovely block. Guri, really the MVP of that fight. 2 really good positioning plays there. Got the first stun and then also just blocked the VQ over the wall. Lovely stuff from Guri, who had a little bit of a questionable early game last game, so much better already.
And it was indeed 2 kills for Shogun, and just like game 1, a 1k goal lead for the side of Saigon Buffalo. Fook One trying to just sneak his way into lane. Does have the cease and desist available, has a flash available as well. Shogun, no flash for the Saigon Buffalo ADC.
Whoa!
Flash. Huber will follow up, headbutt, pulverize, shut down for Pudding.
I feel like that's not allowed to work. Wow, what a play. That was the hardest force I've ever seen. Fook just flash ulting on top of it. Yeah, he's lucky. No, he's not lucky. Yeah, Slay was not level 6, so once Lulu's level 6, you can never make this play happen. But good punish. They knew Shogun's flash was still down. And just get the kill very easily, get Puddin into a good position. And yeah, he's actually up in CS. They got a plate in this matchup as well. So everything kind of going topsy-turvy compared to the last
Shogun need to get back into lane. They're zoning him away.
Yeah, but they don't have Vi ult now, so this is dangerous. Very good slow from Slay. And now they're in a little bit of an awkward position. Okay, they're double down. Look at the mid laners. Both mid laners are ready to strike. This could really go quite... Ooh, both teams could win or lose the game here if they overplay. Okay.
Team Flash back away. They know that Blazes is making his way down. This has meant, though, that Guri was able to secure the Rift Herald. So Saigon Buffalo with 100% objective control. That being said, Team Flash did get a lot on the bot side in return for it. And now Static Shiv completed for Pudding as well.
Look at this Renekton doing so well. He was picked as a counter into Rumble and is just perma-losing lane. Very good
Okay. I don't think it was necessarily picked as a counter.
Of course not. Milky, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Of course not.
Just making sure, you know, sometimes I don't quite get the sarcasm. I'm a little bit slow. It's still early morning. It's not. It's 12:30, but it feels like early morning.
I mean, this matchup is really interesting because a few years back, this was actually quite a good matchup for Renekton. But nowadays, the Rumble just cooks him. His damage is insane, and Renekton really can't stand up to all the damage from Rumble. This time also Coated opting for the early heal reduction, so the Renekton just has no out. He just stands there and just doesn't have the DPS to compete with the Rumble. So in the end, he just has to take the loss, has to slowly bleed out some plates. Oh man, Vi is here again. No!
Vi is here again. There's a teleport coming through. Can Yoshino teleport in to follow? No, never mind. Fook One has been abandoned by his team, and Shogun will gain some vengeance.
Okay, I think both teams were really bored with game number 1 because they are upping the tempo here. Both with very questionable plays, but it's working out so far. This teleport, I'm not so sure about because... What is it accomplishing? Interesting. Huber trying to delay the Herald, and I think he succeeded.
Oh, they've done it. They've done it. Really nice play from Team Flash. And Guri thought that was an easy Rift Herald charge. I think that is a fantastic teleport invested by Jane.
Yeah, it actually worked out in their favor, but also really good map awareness from Blazes to just run top, delay the Renekton
He teleported top.
Teleported, yeah, true. He teleported, but that's fine as well. I mean, any mid laner teleported as well. So actually, some really decent macro and map reads here in this game compared to game number 1. It feels like both teams have settled into this series now. Game number 1 was pretty questionable in some regards, especially when it came to just looking at the enemy team taking an objective and not doing anything on the side lanes. I feel like both teams are actually now in form and ready to fight.
And we have our second Drake of the game spawning. Shogun has been able to complete his first item, and Saigon Buffalo are still stronger in that 4v4.
Ooh.
First item completed for Blazes as well, but it doesn't matter. Blazes cannot play the game. Shuriken flipping out.
Whoa, okay.
Whoa, Blazes is playing like he's on Lee Sin.
His style points. He still has flash, by the way. He was in no trouble whatsoever. He was as cool as a cucumber there. But they lose the dragon. Because, once again, an SGB player just loses positioning before the dragon spawns. This is really undisciplined from them.
They're looking for Guri. They found the engaged Yoshino coming in as well. Very nice seismic shove from Jay, and Team Flash say, look, we got the numbers advantage. We've got 5. Coated has no teleport, and they utilize that summoner spell advantage so well.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's praise Flash for that. I think it's also Saigon Buffalo being really undisciplined with their positioning and map reads. Why was Guri even close to the dragon? You know your mid lane is not on the map, and your top lane is getting advantages. You already got dragon number 1. Just give it up. Why are you dying for the dragon? You're gonna give up the dragon anyway. So yeah, this is a problem we have now seen a few times with Saigon Buffalo. Very undisciplined around objectives.
Well, Saigon Buffalo do still have a 2,500 gold lead, so Team Flash to get the Drake. Saigon Buffalo pick up a few plates, a few extra CS in the top lane. We can see the gold graph, and it is Shogun and Pudding at the top. But Shogun, 600 gold clear of Pudding in the ADC role.
Gonna get even more now because Blue Gun against Turret is quite good as well. Oh, they're not actually committing to the next plate. Yeah, they probably wanted the recon. They also don't know where the Vi is, so it's a good decision. Oh. This is dangerous. Nice ward. Really good senses there from Puddin toward that bush, because one more step and he's dead. Maybe not quite because there's cleanse and flash, but probably blows both summoner spells. Has to recall, loses a lot of tempo. So good senses from Puddin, very good awareness of the game. And this delay on Saigon Buffalo. Oh, still has flash.
Team Flash, they're looking for another pick. They're looking for Blazers. He has flash and he has ult, but he misses the E, gets hit by the seismic shove, and in the end, doesn't even use the flash.
Yeah, why?
Well, before you said he was as cool as a cucumber, this time he's as dead as a cucumber.
Yeah, I mean, he had 3 opportunities there to just flash away and run away, but I guess not. Ah, Blazers, please, come on.
Well, it's a better game from Blazes than in game 1, Pudding able to get the first tower of the game. Extra gold going the way of Team Flash, and now the gold is a little bit closer, 1,500 between the two sides.
I saw Slay hovering at that wall and was like, is he gonna flash over the wall? Is he really gonna flash over the wall?
Yeah, look, I know he's playing for Saigon Buffalo, but he's not Taki yet.
Yeah, that's true. The best play of all time, Froggy level 5 Galio flashing over the wall. Oh my god,
No, good. You know, this is like one of the things. It's a little bit like going out on a date with someone. Engage from Guri. This time it's Saigon Buffalo who want to be able to find the pick. Fuquan will not follow up on the play, and both teams will just back away.
Well, that's another objective going in Saigon Buffalo's favor, and this is really just seesawing back and forth between the two teams. There doesn't really seem to be much plan on either side. It's just, there's an objective.
This Drift Herald fight is not
there.
done yet. Team Flash don't want to give it away. Fuquan is stepping forward, coming from the other side. It's so spicy. Fuquan's going in. He can't steal it away. And surely he can just get over the wall and out to safety. Never mind, Yoshino has found an engage onto Blazes in the backline. Fuquan is going to follow up. Equalizer's not going to land onto anyone. Pudding finds the first kill of fight. Fuquan is solo. Blazes finds one back. Pudding, though, is still full health, making his way into the fight. Yoshino is pretty much out. Blazes with no help whatsoever.
Can carry this,
Seismic Shove lands onto Guri. 2 more kills for the side of Team Flash, and it is only Coated and Slay who remain for Saigon Buffalo.
What a strange little fight there. Definitely want to see the replay again, but now, this is so dangerous trying to dive Coated. They have decent CC, but Coated has insane damage. Okay, never mind.
He does, but Pudding doesn't care. Has a flash available as well, and just says, you know what? I'm feeling a bit cold. Roast me up, please.
Look at this Coated damage, and he's level 11 with Rumble ultimate. That is one of the strong. Okay, that's why they lost the fight. Okay, yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Nice little slow motion on the Rumble ultimate. If that's angled towards the enemy team, I think they just cook everyone there, because level 11 Rumble with a completed item is unbelievably strong at this point in the game. But I mean, if you just throw the ultimate in the wrong direction, your team might lose. So, unfortunate situation there for Coated once again.
You know what? I think some university students might understand this one, but when sometimes you put food in the oven, you turn the oven on, and then you realize you put the oven on for the wrong compartment, and you're not actually cooking the food. That's what happened with Coated there.
Yeah, I've seen similar situations. Have you ever lived in like a building or like a unit, a student's unit, where 4 or 5 people shared a kitchen?
Oh. I lived in a house where 13 people shared a kitchen.
Oh, okay. So I have a story about a time when I lived in that kind of apartment thingy, and someone left their plastic tool in the oven.
Oh my god.
And I had no idea that was the case. Why would you check the oven before like heating it up, right? So I just went there, heated up the oven to later put something in. I came back, and the whole kitchen was poisonous stink, as we hasn't engaged.
Well, Saigon Buffalo might be smelling like poisonous stink in a second. Equalizer has been used, but Fuquan is not burning down. Never mind, he is! And he will eventually fall a 1-for-1 in the fight so far. Top laner for jungler. But that is all that she wrote. Never mind, Yoshino wants to write a few more pages, and Blazes just takes the ink out of Blazes' cartridge.
Do we have a dragon? Yes, we do have a dragon on the map. We have Saigon Buffalo with a jungle advantage, but very bad positioning for the dragon, so this could play out in quite a few ways. Saigon Buffalo just trying to
Yoshino's just used Dominus. He can flash engage if he really wants to. How long does that Dominus last for? It's got to tick out, and that's a wasted ultimate for the Team Flash top laner.
Yeah, and this is still kind of bad for Saigon Buffalo, but now the 5th member is rejoining with the teleport. Coated is here again, and Coated once again, he has insane damage. He's just dying perma, but he still has really good damage, so I feel like Saigon Buffalo is now finally in a position to win this again. But Fook has arrived. He doesn't have ultimate.
Don't forget, both Pudding and Huber have flash available. Shogun does not. Maybe Saigon Buffalo, respecting the fact that their ADC does not have safety, they back away. They instead look towards the mid lane outer tower, and they will be able to secure it in trade for Team Flash getting the Drake.
Actually a decent trade for Saigon Buffalo as well. Securing the outer tower will make follow-up dragons, I should say, so much easier to control. So Saigon Buffalo opting for the a little bit more defensive choice. They're not fighting around their level 11 Coated, which might have been the better call if you just... I mean, you created this team composition to dominate mid-game, and now you're not fighting in the mid-game, but in the end, they also have to think about the position in this series. If they lose another fight, they are probably 0-2 down in game score, so it's a little bit more of the defensive control position for Saigon Buffalo, but they live to fight another day.
You'll wait permission to cast the cursor player.
Of course, go ahead.
Has Jane died this series?
Ooh, no, I don't think so.
Very nice. Very impressive performance.
Really good Talia performances so far.
Very. It's probably going to get banned for Game 3, let's be real.
I mean, it probably should, especially if they win. If you consider that Flash has first rotation.
Going in onto Pudding, they land some CC, but Pudding doesn't have to burn the Flash. He doesn't have to burn the Cleanse, and that's just an ultimate down for the Saigon Buffalo jungler.
I think it's mostly fine. They defend the tower there. There's nothing really for Flash to insta-force. Baron is too scary, even with no ultimate on Guri. So I actually don't hate this call. Just invest a little bit of time and a little bit of resources to defend this tower. Oh, Blazes, what have you done?
Yoshino coming over the wall, but the focus is on to the ADC.
Beautiful.
Pop goes Shogun. An equalizer. Saigon Buffalo look to turn things around. Can Blazes get onto Pudding? Yes, he can. And a shutdown as well onto the Team Flash ADC. But Yoshino pulls one back. The Akali will fall. 2-for-1 in favor of Team Flash, and a lot of shutdowns coming in.
And Team Flash is just the better coordinated team. They're just playing as a team. Maybe they're not the better players, but who cares? You just need to be well coordinated as a team. You all need to be on the same page, and then mechanics don't really matter too much if you just have the first call. And I mean, Renekton Wing an enemy ADC with no cleanse is just a kill. There's not much. There are not many mechanics needed when your team has a Vi, an Alistar, and a Renekton to dive into the backline. So just really well done. Good flash W, and then Shogun, of course. He's close to getting to the tower, but there's just too much damage. Even through the Lulu shielding and ultimate.
That was about 500 damage from like the Renekton sweep.
Yeah. Quite a strong mid-game champion as well.
And then Yoshino pulls one back and Saigon Buffalo realizes, oh, it's a 3v1 against a Croc. We don't win that. Run away, run away. To quote Monty Python, and Team Flash once again have the goal lead in a very similar way to what we saw in Game 1, right? They were a few thousand goal behind for the first 15 to 20 minutes. Then around 20 minutes, they get a skirmish that goes into their favor, and now they have a goal lead once again.
We really need to see Saigon Buffalo step up their team game. They are playing alright as individuals, I'd say. I think their laning is superior to Flash's if you look at these two games. But they're still losing the game, so that's not good enough. You also need to be well coordinated with your engages, your positioning, and so on. And yeah, it's just not looking like they are on the same page here. Getting caught way too many times. Let's see if they can punish some of the missing summoners on the side of Flash, especially Puddin and Yoshino not having their flashes. While Shogun now has Flash, Ghost, and Gale Force available. So this is an opportunity window for Saigon Buffalo. They should try to make use of this.
Fuquan showed himself momentarily on the bottom side of the map, so Saigon Buffalo hovering around
There we go.
the Baron, and they go in, they're looking for Pudding. He doesn't have Flash, he uses Cleanse. Shogun gets the first kill of the fight, one pull back for the side of Team Flash as Kota gets the kill on to Slay. Huber is low,
This is
but
huge.
it is 3 of Saigon Buffalo onto 2 of Team Flash, and now it is just Yoshino being run down and shut down. Shogun gets his vengeance, and it is 3 kills for 1 in favor of Saigon Buffalo, and they will get the Baron Nashor to top things off.
That's perfect. They did exactly what I wanted them to do. They just woke up, they played together, they realized the opportunity with no flash on Puddin, with no flash on Yoshino, and yeah, just went for the assertive play. Really nice to see Saigon Buffalo back in control of this game.
And this is just putting without an Alistar nearby. It means it's freedom for Guri to find this engage, and then freedom for an equalizer to be dropped on top.
Yeah, just very well played from Guri, and I feel like this second game has kind of justified the early priority on Rel. Because game number 1, he looked a little bit lost, especially on the map. I think his mechanics were fine, but he didn't really know where to go in the early game. But now much better performance in game number 2. He's finding the engages on Puddin. He's putting so much pressure on the enemy team against Alistar Talia, which was still picked to deny the Rel engage, right? And he's making it happen anyway. So, yeah, Saigon Buffalo with a much better performance. Now, can they get close enough to this dragon? It doesn't look like they want to contest dragon number 3 for Flash.
And I do want to put a bit of focus on Huber. I think, you know, as a support on Alistar, if Pudding has his cleanse and flash up, yeah, sure, leave him alone. If he's got a GA stopwatch, fine. You can look for those flanks. But when he doesn't, you cannot allow Guri to try to find these engages, because he covered so much distance to get on top of the Team Flash ADC, who really needed an Alistar nearby just for some extra peel.
It's you can always share the blame there, right? It's partly on Puddin for positioning in a way that that makes him vulnerable, especially when he doesn't have flash. That's on him to realize, but then it's also on the 2 people that are supposed to peel for him, right? You picked Alistar Talia to deny Rel, and then neither of them are close enough to deny the Rel engage, so who really messed up there? Probably both parties, but now they can still make it happen later in the game. Puddin is still scaling up to be quite strong, but now Saigon Buffalo really in the driving seat, and with 3 items on Shogun, they do have the backline damage now to deal with Flash.
Very nice seismic shove once again from Jane. Finds a lot of damage on to Blazes, who is now down to half health, as Yoshino being burnt down once again. Doesn't do very well in that 1v1, but when Yoshino can find his way onto the backline, can do significant damage to the 3 squishy members of Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, but the thing about how insane Rumble is as a champion, he's 0-2, enemy top laner is 5-1, but Renekton still can't really do much against this stupid little rat on the robot.
It's all about that anti-heal. Totally learned from last game. It's a rat. Fire rat. Blazes, you could have thrown that Q out earlier. I'm starting to think you didn't really want to cancel that back.
By the way, Jane's still deathless. So,
Yeah.
absolutely insane KDA in this series so far. No deaths, and I believe he was something like 5-0-7 in game number 1, now already 1-0-8. So, he's racking up those KDA stats, and so far doesn't really have the big game impact in game number 2 he had in game number 1. Playing, of course, he's playing decently, but he's not finding those crucial shuffles, but there's still some time for him to set it up, and Team Flash is looking sneakily, actually, we kind of glossed over that, at another soul. Now, of course, it's not an Infernal Soul, so it's not quite as exciting, but still, a soul is a soul, and especially for something like Alistair and Renekton, the damage reduction later on in the fight is quite valuable.
So, I want to talk a little bit more about this today, because I feel like in game 1, Jane had to do a little bit more early, because this is against an Azir. Azir is going to scale really well, as does Talia in fairness. But here I feel against the Akali, maybe Jane has a little bit more freedom to take things slow, just say, right, let's just build up these items, same for Pudding as well, and then say, look, on this Talia and Zeri, we're going to be so much stronger come 35 minutes once we get to 5-6 items.
Yeah, maybe I was unclear. I'm not trying to blame him for his performance in game number 2.
Yeah,
I think his game number 1 performance was exceptional from start to finish, and game 2 is a little quieter, but he hasn't set a foot wrong, right? He has not overstepped, he has not got caught anywhere. He's just playing a very solid game, and there's still a lot of opportunity for him to dominate later team fights, right? So
I did spot like one tiny mistake, which was, that fight bot side, like at the very start where first blood was taken. Jane, if they had, I think, saved the seismic shove like a second, they could have disengaged Saigon Buffalo from starting up the second part of the fight. I think. I don't know, but I think they could have. Again, I'm like really nitpicking here.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much happening on the map right now, so it's time for the nitpick.
Agreed.
Let's look ahead. The next dragon is coming up in 1 minute. It kind of overlaps, it actually exactly overlaps with the Baron spawn, so we have both sides of the map active. We might actually see a soul for Baron trade here. Not entirely sure if I would like to see that from Saigon Buffalo, but the way they've conducted themselves in these games so far is very defensively, so they don't really want to go for a lot of fights. Yoshino once again with an interesting position there. So we might actually see them just opt into the Baron, or they just fight before anything happens.
Blaze is trying to find some damage onto Huber as Fuquan. Every time he jumps in, I think he's going to go in. And this time he does go in. He's looking for Shogun, but there is no follow-up. Guri's just buying so much time, as is Fuquan, to be fair. But the follow-up from Blazes is beautiful. Moonlight Vigil comes through, and Huber just gets blown to bits. Double kill for Blazes, and Yoshino can't really do anything in the backline, forced to back away, and he's just trying to cut the minion wave as soon as it arrives.
Both junglers just completely lost their mind and just tried to compete, and who can be the more disgusting inter. Really nice E from Blazes there to catch the Renekton, and now suddenly the map is completely open for Saigon Buffalo. They can actually get both of the objectives. They go to Baron first. Their overfixation on Baron cost them last game. This is a bit dangerous.
They're going to do both at the same time.
Hopefully, but Zeri, look at Zeri. Zeri and Talia are sneaking down towards the dragon, and if they are not careful, they could lose soul for no reason here. But yeah, they spot the enemy team. Yep, that's good play.
Blaze is going in. Very nice. Shuriken flip. Blazes surely gets a kill. Pudding goes golden.
Oh, he missed!
Flash. Blazes goes golden. And Pudding will land the W. Shut down for Jane. Big kill for Team Flash.
Oh, but the cavalry is coming. Quite literally. Guri is running down.
Yoshino up in 5 seconds, has a teleport available, can try to come in behind this fight. The Drake has been started. This is tense stuff for Team Flash. There is a teleport for Yoshino, a numbers advantage, but Pudding doesn't have Flash. He doesn't have his stopwatch. And in goes Fook.
What are we doing?
Absolute lunatic. It failed the previous time, and it fails this time as well. What is Fuquan doing? Saigon Buffalo get the kill, and they're looking for more. Pudding trying to kite this fight, and it's a double kill for Shogun as Yoshino falls as well. Huber just desperately trying to buy space for Pudding as Team Flash are forced out of the river.
I mean, just pick Lulu every game against Fuquan. He apparently does not know what this champion does. Has only been in the game for like 12 years or something, but yeah, we just dive into the backline alone as Vi over and over again against Lulu. Very good idea. Just cost them
Yeah.
the whole game, and now Saga and Buffalo, they stop the Dragon, they get the Baron. They're only 5k gold ahead, but they're now in a really dominant position to finish game number 2 and come back in the series.
Fool Fook 1 once, shame on you. Fool him twice, shame on him. And again, Fook 1 was able to do that earlier on in the game. First time, Slay didn't have ult under the bot lane outer tower. Then on the mid lane inner tower, Yoshino able to follow up. The last 2 times, Yoshino, the rest of the team, they can't follow up, and that needs to be communicated. Whoever is mentioning it, someone needs to mention it and say, look, we can't make this work. We need to front to back.
Look at Yoshino. Look at Yoshino's items. I think he's a little tilted in this game. Because he just went...
Going on the split push.
Yeah, that's a tilt split push coming in for the Renekton, who just built a whole Grey Breaker, which is not going to help in team fights at all. But maybe he just said, okay, Fook, that was too disgusting for my eyes. I never want to be on the screen with you again, so I'll just split push for the rest of the game.
Oh dear. Well, let's see then if that comes through. At the moment, Yoshino's with
Yeah,
his
he's
team, so that
gripping.
Hullbreaker isn't working. This is the point where in a solo queue game, you're pinging your item, allies are too near. But
I love when
Shogun
people do
is just
that.
gale forcing forward. Huber ends up tanking the ultimate. Jane forced to back away. That's an inhibitor tower that will fall, and maybe more as well. The inhibitor will drop down. Psycho Buffalo can keep on charging forward with these Baron empowered minions.
Look at this amazing Alistair champion. Wow. He accomplished so much in the last team fight. Wow, he just pressed ult and then flashed away. That was really, really cool. It's really good to pick Alistair into Lulu, guys. Let's do that again for game number 3.
I'm sensing some hostility here your way.
It's so insane. Come on. They picked Alistair into Lulu and Renekton into Lulu, Athalias into Rel. Like, why? And Rumble.
I feel like you're happy that Team Flash are losing this game now.
I mean, they have to be punished for this draft. It's just...
Fair
it's
enough,
just so
yeah.
disappointing to see them come up with a cool draft in game number 1 and then follow it up in game number 2 by R4 Alistair and R5 Renekton into bad compositions. Like, it's
Let's be honest,
why?
this is pretty much the exact same draft as what they had in game 1. Yes, they've kind of changed up their top side a bit, but I feel like Renekton and Aatrox want to do similar things. And
I mean,
don't
you're not
remember
wrong,
what
but
played in game 1.
the thing is, in draft, it matters when you pick stuff. So
Oh, Yoshino is burning. Blazes is chasing. Fuquan is here, but so is Guri and the Goon Squad.
same draft can be very bad in one game and very good in another game. So
Yeah.
But we're back to almost tied in the series. Maybe Flash can make a comeback, but we're very likely looking at a 1-1 situation. And now the question becomes, which of the two teams learned their lessons from these 2 games? Because very similar drafts, as you already said, right? Same core for Saigon Buffalo in 2 games, 1 win, 1 loss. Very similar core for the side of Flash as well, with Vi and Alistair and Zeri. Now, even 4 champions were the same, so... does one of the 2 teams actually go to a completely different draft? Do they double down, triple down on their 2 prepared drafts? Maybe on different sides of the rift. So next draft is going to be even more exciting than this one, as we kind of see the last few minutes play out of this game number 2.
Draft evolution is one of my favorite parts
Oh,
of a best
definitely.
of 5. I like to massively nerd out on them, as do you, your way. However, we've got a Drake in 1 minute's time. Team Flash, potential soul point. And to be honest, I think Team Flash will be reminding Fuquan in this game, do not dive in on Shogun if we can't follow up the Weaver's Wall. Can't get Guri on the wrong side. Yoshino ends up teleporting to his doom, forced to flash over the wall and out to safety. Team Flash look for a pick, but they can't find it.
Now the siege is closing in on the tower. It's kind of dangerous. They only have 1 champion that can really hit the tower, and the enemy team has Talia and Alistair, so it's not super easy. But they do have the super minions streaming, and Yoshino tried to do something here, but there's the dive. Look at Shogun. Look at Guri.
Equalizer under the tower. Fuquan buying as much time as he can, but it's not enough. Guri is going to fall, coated under the tower, eating up tower shot after tower shot, but in goes Blazes to clean up. Down goes 1, down goes 2, down goes 3, down go all the members of Team Flash. No perfect KDA for Jane, a triple kill for Shogun, and Saigon Buffalo will tie up the series 1 game apiece.
And almost in the exact same time as well. We were like 37 minutes game 1, now 36 minutes in game 2. Almost the same compositions, but different outcomes, same sides as well. So it's almost like a complete reset now in the series. 1-1. Both teams are going to think hard about what they're going to do for game number 3. I expect both teams to come in with a little bit of a different approach to the next draft, and we might just see best of 3 play out from here on out and forget about the first two games, because it's pretty likely that we have a completely different series on our hands now.
Yeah. Well, Team Flash take their first loss of the series, and Saigon Buffalo righting their wrongs from game 1. And you can see that little moment where Team Flash had a slight goal lead before Saigon Buffalo cleaned things up, and they cleaned up Team Flash from the rift. But I think with that, we are going to be getting ready to head on into a break. And when we return, we'll have game 3 between Team Flash and Saigon Buffalo, and a very interesting pick and ban to come. Howdy, 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 everyone. Welcome back to the VCS English. We're getting ready to head on into Game 3 between Saigon Buffalo and Team Flash. I'm going to be honest your way. Coming into this, we thought, Saigon Buffalo, they've been kind of dominating Team Flash this season. They've done better than Team Flash over the regular season, better than them in playoffs. I thought, it's going to be easy. Then after Game 1, Team Flash won. I thought, Team Flash look really good. Maybe Flash are going to take this series. No, we are 1-1, and it's looking like a close series.
Yep. No one knows what's going to happen. I mean, evidence suggests that Saigon Buffalo takes it from here, right? Because we were in this situation 2 weeks before, and the last close series before there was a 2-1 as well in Saigon Buffalo's favor. But maybe Flash can break through all the patterns and emerge victorious in the next game. Unnecessarily verbose, but yeah, who knows? Maybe they can actually do it here. I feel like they have some really good players in the series so far. Putin has been performing all right, but Jane has been outstanding. Yoshino has been a really good top laner so far. So yeah, just a few adjustments here and there. Maybe a slightly better draft, and I feel like Flash can definitely do it. And they will be on blue side for the first time in this series. So let's see what their approach to blue side draft is. 2 red side drafts so far for Flash, now for the first time on the blue side, and they have now the opportunity to maybe first pick the rel themselves.
Yeah, I believe Saigon Buffalo had side selection for those first 2 games, and our Team Flash with that loss. So we want blue side. A lot of things that you can first pick. I really want to see Fuquan on a tank. I don't want to see him on the Vi. I don't want to see him on a champion that requires him to engage for various reasons. We won't go into them now. That Nyla ban is very surprising to me.
So, Shogun played Nila in game number 4 against Flash, and they destroyed them. He ended up 11-1 and something, and yeah, they wiped the floor with them. I think it was a Nila and Alistar game, actually, very interestingly. So, they are a bit scared of that Nila potential, especially as a last pick coming in. So, I understand the ban here, but first pick Nico is a different one.
Yeah, 3 Nyla games for Shogun so far, and then Nico first picked for Jane. And that Talia was still open, but clearly Team Flash aren't confident with picking the Talia that early on, and they like the versatility that the Nico brings. And
Froggy's in now, and Froggy's only game in playoffs so far is on Talia, so he might actually just pick Talia away now. Instead, it's just Shogun on Aphelios. Why try to fix something that's not broke? So yeah, I like this Aphelios pick here. It's a little dangerous into Nico, because Nico can really get on top of the Aphelios. But if they follow up with another disengage heal support here, then that's another good setup for victory. And I mean, their core is just Rel, Aphelios, Lulu. So I fully expect them to just go Lulu again.
Yeah, I've also seen in Europe at least quite a few Poppy bans coming through. Nothing of the sort, and this time Team Flash are looking to steal away the Lulu from Saigon Buffalo. We'll see what they want to pick up in the support role to pair alongside the Zeri, and it is indeed the Lulu for Huber.
Very nice, and Huber we know is a really good enchanter player, so this makes a lot of sense. Now, it opens up the counter pick on the Lulu. How comfortable is Slay on Soraka? That could be an interesting one. We could also just go Rakan. It was teased here. It's maybe not the greatest laning phase, but it gives a little bit more follow-up engage on the Rel. And this time there's no Talia to worry about, so Rakan is playable. Obviously, Rakan does not want to play into Talia. But yeah, instead it's Froggy Talia as we expected, so a little bit of a different flavor to this draft this time around.
Froggy's first game in the series, picking up 4 Blazes, who has had, well, not the best of series in Game 1 and Game 2, so I think that's understandable that Saigon Buffalo want to change things up. Also suggests to me that they're looking to maybe roam around a bit more, try to play around some of those side lanes, and when you're talking about Saigon Buffalo, you're looking towards Shogun on that AD carry role.
And that's when Froggy is most comfortable, when he can roam, when he can impact other lanes. He has never been that selfish player playing for his own CS. I mean, there was a big meme about his CSing, which got much better. But yeah, he's still the best when he can control the pace of the game, when he can go to side lanes and help out his top or bot lane. Now, to actually make this work, we need a little bit more setup in the lanes. So expect a little bit of CC maybe in the top lane. You could go something like an Aatrox, which doesn't have the greatest CC, but at least offers very good survivability. We could also just go for Rumble again. It's not banned. Pairs well for the team fight control. A lot of options still available, and I'm quite interested what Slay wants to go for in the support position. Yeah, the Rel could also be support, of course, yeah. We haven't seen Rel in the support position so far, but the flex is still possible, so this is quite an interesting hover here. That's indeed what's going to happen.
And we talked about how Guri likes some of those carry junglers, the likes of the Nocturne, and indeed this Viego. He's only had one game on the champion this split, which was sadly a loss for him and Saigon Buffalo. So he'll be hoping to take that stat up to 50%, and we'll see what Team Flash want to lock in the top and jungle roles for themselves. And I really hope that Sejuani gets locked in.
Tang for Foog, yay! Okay, and Jane with a much more aggressive pick, it looks like. Always like when people pair, not Jane, of course, this is for Yoshino. Always like the melee with Sejuani combo to put a lot of pressure on the enemy top laner. Top lane Yona would be quite the curveball. Oh, we haven't seen that in a while. And Graves top lane as an answer would be an even bigger curveball, so we might be in a really spicy position. Not entirely sure if I like the Graves top lane. Maybe it's the top lane? Possibly?
No. Wait. What? No. What? What? Okay. Blazes isn't playing, and we've got Graves. See, I really wanted to go with the Blazes Graves meet, but Saigon Buffalo have played it. For those who don't know, there was one game where Blazes had to fill in the jungle. He played against Killer Queen, one of the best junglers in the VCS, and he absolutely dominated him with Graves. It was beautiful. It was fantastic. I love it more than anything else here in the VCS. But we haven't got that this time. We do have the Graves. We'll have to see exactly how Saigon Buffalo want to pair things up. Your way, you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you a quick fact. Yoshino, Yone, how many games?
It's really not a Yoshino champion. I feel like that's a 0.
It is. This is his first ever competitive Yone game.
If it actually goes top lane, maybe it's a top lane Nico. Who knows?
I'm pretty sure that'd also be a first as well for Yoshino. I'm more than happy to see however it comes through, and with a little bit of indecisiveness or uncertainty is probably a better word over where Saigon Buffalo want to put their champion. So, right, let's theory craft this then, Yellowway. Who do we have for Saigon Buffalo? There was a Graves, there was a Talia, and what was the final pick?
The Graves was the final pick, actually, but they picked the Viego for the jungle, so...
Graves mid.
It's gonna be Jane on... I feel like this was... For someone who has seen Yoshino play in his best days, this was a little predictable because I really don't associate any of these flashy melee champs with Yoshino. He's more of the...
Whoa! He played Fiora. Fiora's a flashy melee champion.
I would say Fiora is not that flashy in pro play most of the time. She's more about knowing your limits. But yeah, maybe that's an argument.
He has 9 Camille games. As Coated is just trying to run Yoshino down.
Coated now going back to EDG's 2021 season with top lane Graves as Froggy's in trouble. Froggy's in a lot of trouble.
Big trouble. Forced to flash, and that's a Talia without flash. I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing a lot of Fook 1 in the mid lane for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, I have a feeling we are going to see a lot of the question mark frog here from the Froggy. Because that was not a good start for his first game in the series. I love that we have Froggy in now, because we talked so much about the series changing after the first 2 games, right? Because it's kind of a reset button, and it really happened. We came out with a completely different game now. This time the Relics in the bot lane, the Lulu's on the other side. We've sewn in different champions, we even have a different player, and everything is going to change for this game. It's such an important one, maybe even more important than game number 1. Whoever wins game number 3 is in such a good position to finish the series.
The only thing that is the same is the fact that we once again have Pudding on Zeri against Shogun on this Aphelios, and we'll see how Pudding can perform now that he has the Lulu to pair with him, which Zeri Lulu is such a strong and disgusting combination.
Yeah, quite the potent late game carry as well. Actually, haven't really seen too much emphasis on Zeri and Enchanter across the globe, as far as I know, because Zeri is a little different than when she first came out, and a lot of people actually like to play those engage supports alongside her and maybe buy a little bit more time for the rest of the team. But of course, it can still work. And Fook with the early engage. This invade is scary.
I don't know if this works. They are both at level 3 at the moment. And Team Flash might have a priority, which is a little bit weird because this time it's actually Shogun who has gone for the Doran's Blade and Pudding who has opted to go for the Cull Star.
I mean, it's not weird at all. It's a Lulu against the melee support, so Lulu's gonna win.
Okay. I just found it interesting because they were both on Call in game 1, then it was the other way around for game 2, and now it's this way around for game 3. So interesting stat to follow.
Luke 1 is just trying to delay Guri's clear, which
he's just delaying his own clear.
Yeah, his own clear as well. So he's kind of trading his own time to delay both junglers. Is it going to work in their favor? It could, definitely, if he gets a little bit more out of this situation. He gets perfect information, and Guri can't really go for ganks, but he's falling behind in the level curve, which could be dangerous. When when Guri is level 6, he could be a big threat in some 2v2 or 3v3 fights. So this is a dangerous gamble Fook 1 is going for, and as we see top lane going kind of crazy.
Oh, Cody, that flash is dirty, but Yoshino just trying to hide behind his minion wave. He might actually be able to win this. There is no way Yoshino survives. What a flash. And Yoshino is still alive. Both top laners using their flashes, but somehow Cody doesn't get first blood.
Yeah, Coated really dealing... no, you can't do this, you Graves. You can't attack through the tower.
I'm scared. I'm scared. You'll wait his first blood for Coated. And it is a 1v1 in the top lane. He somehow makes it work and gets the wave to crash under Yoshino's tower as well.
Well, I'm quite famous for hating on Graves, and that's one of the reasons. he literally can't auto-attack you if there's something just in front of you. And I feel like Yoshino kited around the minion wave really beautifully there. In the end, he still goes down to the first blood, which is unfortunate. I feel like slight adaptation in his movement, maybe he would have been able to live there. But Coated blows both summoner spells, as does Yoshino, so now such volatility in the top lane. Let's see if either of the junglers is gonna make use, or gonna use some of that the next few minutes.
You know, initially, when I saw that it was a Nico top, part of me was hoping that we'd get an on-hit Nico, but I don't think that's still a thing. And I don't think Yoshino's going to go for it.
I mean, the problem with on-hit Nico is it's strong in the 1v1, it's good at split pushing, it's not great at team fights, so everything is about team fights in Season 13, so maybe don't go for this build if you're trying to win a best of 5 against another team. It is quite fun to play, though. Okay, Yoshino. Actually, winning a trade to level down, that's... okay, he got hit by a big crit there, or a big shot. It looks like a pretty annoying matchup for Yoshino, because he doesn't have the sustain that the Graves has, so Graves can just trade HP all the time and just get it back slowly with his lifesteal.
Yeah, and to be fair, Godin has done a really good job of pretty much dodging all of Yoshino's blooming bursts, which are the Qs on Nico. The thing is, though, when he does that, when he ease forward, then he doesn't really have much to be able to sidestep on the tangle barbs.
And now, mid lane, there's Froggy. Oh, no.
Yep. Fate sealed, and it is Froggy's fate sealed. A kill then for Jane, and Froggy burnt his flash pretty much as soon as it came off cooldown, but dies nonetheless.
Not the greatest stand-in for Froggy in the first game of the series for him. And once again, Flash with better control around the bot side. They finally have a winning bot lane as well, so this dragon should be free. They are not committing the same sin as Guri in game 1. They have the bot control, they have the mid control, so dragon should be the logical consequence, and that's a really valuable first dragon for them. Oh.
Yoshino getting some damage down, drops down the Q as well, but Coated still coming out of the trade on top as Team Flash should have this Drake. Weaver's Wall comes through. Saigon Buffalo want to contest this, but the Drake has been secured. Very nice seismic shove onto Fook One. That's going to be a kill for the side of Saigon Buffalo. Pudding jumps over the wall. Jaina flashes out to safety. Saigon Buffalo get a kill in turn for the Drake. Guri lands the CC onto Huber. He'll use just to give himself a bit of extra movement speed and escape the prying eyes of the Saigon Buffalo jungler.
I feel like poor Fook One is probably cursing his mid laner right there, because Fook just went on an expedition.
Really nice flash. It cleanse as well. Pudding on the hunt. Pudding gets the kill. And he avenges his jungler.
Really nice punish. Enemy team overextended into your jungle and insta-kill for Puddin, which accelerates him even farther ahead, which is quite great for Team Flash's chances later in the game. Now, this was maybe a little too aggressive, but Fook is still here, so Slay could be punished once again. He's pretty slow.
Arctic Assault over the wall, red and white. Shogun's going to get the kill onto... How is Slay still alive? What is going on? Moonlight Vigil, Shogun's now going to go for 2.
Yo, Shogun, what?
A flash from Shogun, gets the kill, but now dies under the tower?
I mean, that's...
What are we watching your way?
I think that's worth it, probably, for Shogun. He wants the kill, traded against jungle kill. Mostly worth it, not quite sure about that, but he also gets rid of the shutdown instantly to Fukan, I believe. So, no, he actually still has a shutdown. Very strange situation there. A lot of people just losing their mind and losing their target to focus, because Slay was dead to rights. Slay had like 2 HP and no movement speed, but he just waddles away. And in the meantime, Shogun goes crazy on the red-white. Those shurikens deal like 2 damage each, but in the end they stack up. So he actually gets the kills there. Keep your eyes on Slay. How are they not able to kill Slay? Okay, they just miss every skill shot. They just turned around.
I kind of want to blame Pudding for going over the wall too early. I don't think Shogun needed to do that. I think he could have just taken the wave.
Yeah,
right?
He didn't need to, but I mean, it's still a kill. It's all right. It's probably not the correct decision there, but he's making a future investment. He's investing in his gold later on. It's probably gonna make him weaker right now, but he
Fast
gets the
reset.
extra.
Always about those fast resets. Rift Herald has been started. It's Coated versus Yoshino. I thought junglers were meant to take objectives your way, as Yoshino is winning the 1v1. We've not seen this. Flash away, flash forward, but Coated dashes away and out to safety. Yoshino, though, just still throwing out the autos, playing this 1v1 really nicely. Just needs one more tango.
I hate this champion. It's so dumb.
I did not realize that interaction works. Fate Steel over the wall. Guri is going to fall. So Team Flash get a kill on the other side of the map.
Okay, Flash really getting quite a few advantages here. Of course, Yoshino, he played that so skillfully, and the enemy Grace just stood there and auto-attacked and won the fight. That's one of the reasons I hate this champion. It's just a stat check. But in the end, he played it well. He got the solo kill, and Team Flash and Saigon Buffalo 5-5 in kills. So this is a much bloodier game. No one really wants to give up any positioning anywhere on the map, and yeah, just trade kills back and forth. And forth and back. Jane now 2-0 on this very different champion. 2 games on Talia. Looked amazing. Now he goes to the extreme opposite of Talia, which is a Yona, and he starts at 2-0 as well. So Jane really coming together in this series.
And this is the first time as well this series that Team Flash have had the goal lead in, the first 10-15 minutes of the game. Slay taking a lot of damage. Fuquan is making his way down, does not have the Glacial Prison available, but Slay can just jump over the wall. And I want to go to that play previously, and I think we might have enough time to... I don't think Yoshino can really contest this one. Weaver's Wall from Froggy just to zone Jane away. Yoshino, though, still stepping forward. Jane wants to party. Very nice seismic shove. Guri taking a lot of damage. In goes Fook 1. Rift Herald secured by Saigon Buffalo.
That did not look like Saigon Buffalo should have any rights to get the Rift Herald, but Shogun will pay with his life.
And he dies in the 2v1 under his tower. Pudding's going to take another tower shot. It's very low. Ignite is ticking down, trying to heal off the minion wave.
No.
Oh, not able to do it. Just that one extra tower shot that he took. Slay's going for the 1v1 onto Huber, but he is into a big minion wave. Won't be able to get the kill. Forced to back away.
This game is quite silly.
Yes. This is the VCS we know and love. More than one.
This is what I expected today. Yeah, this is quite the... ring around the rosy. On the whole map, I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but Puddin with really bad movement around the tower there. There was no need for him to die. He just stood in tower range and took the ignite and another tower shot to really make sure that Slay is getting his well-earned money. 103 rel there. But now it's 6-on-6 in kills, and we're still going blow for blow. No questions asked on either side. It's just kill after kill after kill, but it feels like Flash is in a better position. Even though the kills are even, I look at the items, I look at the distribution of kills, and I just can't help but feeling that Flash is getting the advantages.
Well, the game is very, very close right now. I'd want to go back to quickly that interaction between Koted and Yoshino, because I always thought if Graves' ult hits a target, it then splits into a cone, but it won't hit anything directly behind that first target.
No, it does. The cone goes directly behind.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, because I was really confused how Yoshino took damage when the clone had taken the brunt of the ult, but that makes a lot of sense. And as you can tell, I've not played against a lot of Graves. Team Flash are able to get the second Drake, and relatively similar situation to what we had in Game 1. And Jane has been kind of the most impressive player, I feel, across this entire series.
Oh, for sure, yeah. He's played almost flawlessly, I'd say. Couldn't have really done anything better in game number 2. Was amazing in game number 1. Double teleport. Okay, here we go again.
5v3, a lot of damage down onto Shogun, and here is Fuquan, Weaver's Wall, just to buy time for Saigon Buffalo to back away. Coated will teleport in as well. He's already been able to pick up the first tower on the top side. Rift Herald's going to keep on charging forward, and Saigon Buffalo are going to get 2 towers on the top side of the map. Team Flash with nothing to really answer for it.
A weird game. I really don't know what's happening. Now it's the jungler split pushing on the top side. Guri hasn't done anything in this game, but now he's getting an insane collection of gold, just getting super far ahead of the enemy jungler just by virtue of taking that tower gold. So maybe he can actually have an impact. This composition for Saigon Buffalo is so hard to make sense of because it really has elements that go against each other. If you look at Talia in combination with Graves, like what exactly are these two champions gonna do that helps the other champion? But maybe it just works in the end. Let's see what Guri can do with this extra gold, because I would like to see the gold scaling. I feel like Guri should be about 1.5k gold ahead of his counterpart in Fuquan. And if he just doesn't overextend and waits for his opportunity to strike, this Viego could come back to carry some team fights.
And it's all about, can that Viego get resets in a team fight? But when I look at the targets, you've got to get through that Sejuani first of all. I don't know. I feel like it's going to be difficult for Guri to get that first kill of a fight.
Yeah, he really shouldn't go in first, but I feel like that's one of the issues with the VCS junglers that are not as disciplined as, say, Levi. They love to go in. They just love to team fight.
Oh yeah, we saw that from Fuquan, didn't we? Last game.
And Guri as well. Guri was just tankier, so he survived, so it didn't look as int. But both junglers just went crazy in those team fights, and he really needs to pull back, needs to restrain himself. He's a champion that should wait for his opportunities to strike, because if he gets the reset going, then suddenly everything is squishy in the enemy team, so he could go ult, and just kill all of them one after the other. So it's all about Guri's performance and how he reads the team fights. If he plays like a Vi, he's gonna die. He's just gonna be completely useless and will not accomplish anything. But if he plays like a Kha'Zix or the champion he's actually on, then yeah, I feel like he could be very effective in this.
I thought you were going to go for another rhyme and say if he plays like a Kha'Zix, he's going to go 0-6. But no, he's 0-2, so yeah, maybe he's getting towards that. Also, if we go by the other logic of who is tankier, Fuquan's tankier, so maybe he'll be able to survive playing those fights a little bit more aggressively. Coated though, pushing in the bottom lane, and Jane pushing in the top lane, looking to pick up a tower, and should be able to do that. A lot of damage from Coated's ultimate. As out comes the Pop Blossom, a bit of damage onto Coated, but not a lot. It's an easy kill for Saigon Buffalo.
Really nice punish, and Coated is really showing his prowess on this Graves. Maybe they should have played this earlier, because even though it's not meta right now, it still does exactly the same stupid things it did in 2021. Just unbelievably strong in the 1v1 in lane and just pushes waves over and over again. Always full HP, good tower damage as well. And Coated is dominating the side lane matchup against Yoshino.
He is indeed getting vengeance for previous games. We know that in the first series of playoffs, I believe it was Beast telling me about how Yoshino pulled out a Gragas against Coated's Jax and had a very fun time in the top lane, and was one of the reasons why Team Flash were able to win that singular game of their 3-1 defeat against Saigon Buffalo.
The pattern looks too similar, and I would be so furious as Jane 3 amazing games, but somehow it's probably going to be a 1-2 disadvantage if they can't find a good angle in the fight, because the game is slipping out of control. Look at the items for Coated. Who's going to stop him in the side lane? Okay, you still have the dragon advantage, but that's probably going to get broken in the next dragon engagement in about 20 seconds, because I don't think Flash is ready to fight here. So it really has to come down to an amazing performance from Puddin, Hugh, and Jane to save this game for Flash.
Well, on the plus side for Team Flash, Jane is rather strong right now and has been putting in a solid, consistent performance across this entire series, putting no caught out by the seismic shove, forced to flash away so he doesn't get stunned by the Spectrum more. Has taken a bit of damage, and here comes the rest of Saigon Buffalo. Team Flash turn the fight very nicely. They'll get the first kill, and Froggy is down. No Talia, no way to really stop this Yone from diving in. The Fate Shield has been used, but has not been able to find any targets. Slows coming through from Hugh on this Lulu, and a 5v4 for Team Flash. They have the numbers advantage. Saigon Buffalo still searching for a way in.
No.
Battery has been used. Big engage from Slay, but Jane goes into the backline, pulls one back. Both ADCs have now fallen, and Coated is trying to free fire. Hit by the Tangle Barbs. Lot of damage coming out. Coated still alive. Defensive. Ult away from Guri. Yoshino picks up one more kill. Slay will fall, and there are 4 members of Team Flash still standing. Saigon Buffalo will not be able to contest this Drake.
I have no idea what to say. Nothing makes sense anymore. Really good solution found by Flash. I mean, this start from Puddin blowing his flash is horrible for them, but then Yoshino finds the perfect counter engage. They insta-kill Froggy. It's beautifully done, and then at this point, just go to Dragon and get your 3rd Dragon. This is so risky, and you see why when Slay finds an amazing counter engage. Flash kind of overplay their cards and go for the chase, and Slay almost turns around the whole game. But then, yeah, look at this beautiful engage. 4 members. Shogun, if Shogun has a little bit more damage and dodges Jane's engage here, I think Saigon Buffalo insta-wins. But instead, Shogun goes down. Didn't see the line of Jane's Q, and that costs them the whole fight. In the end, Flash wins the team fight and the Dragon. They're now on Soul Point, and Fook is wandering around on the Rift for some reason.
I was gonna make a play on his word. I was gonna say, where the something is he going? But he's on the run. Is he gonna get the Hex Gate? He can indeed. And where is he going? He's going back to his side of the map. Team Flash are on to Soul Point. Hextech Soul as well, which will be quite nice for members like Yoshino and Pudding, and indeed Jane.
Good on every game. Most
True.
insane stats you can ever have.
I'm trying to desperately think of a champion that is not good on. Yeah, I can't think of one.
Yeah,
Garen?
Good. Like, attack speed and cooldown is always good, and then the soul just gives you slow and damage. Like, well, who would not want that? It's just great.
Who doesn't require attack speed or cooldowns? I can't think of anyone off the top of my head.
Most people like both, and if you don't like either of the two, then you at least like the other. So it's like, yeah, everyone likes attack speed or cooldown, and a lot of people like both. So it's quite the good individual dragon, and the soul, of course, is always nice to have as well. But if we look at the champions, Yona with extra attack speed with cooldown, Zeri with both, Lulu with extra cooldown, and even a little bit of attack speed, this is going to be a very hard team to deal with.
Team Flash are still technically down in gold, 1,500 behind Saigon Buffalo. But as we've mentioned, they are on to Soul Point. They do have a single kill advantage, and they have a few towers dotted around that they could pick up. That mid lane out are going to be the first one on the menu for them.
The game is getting more and more tense here. 2.5 minutes and 40 seconds to the Soul fight. And so far, Saigon Buffalo has played every single dragon fight in the whole series the same way. Run in mid lane as 5, no flank whatsoever, no wards on the other side, just run at mid lane, push out the wave as 5, and then slowly transition into river. So it's super easy to read for Flash, and if they have the countermeasures in place, that could be the deciding point not only of the game, but of the whole series. If they win the soul here, if they win the game, maybe they can actually get the better of Saigon Buffalo for the first time.
Something else I'd like to mention is in the previous games, we saw Yoshino playing on these kind of AD bruisers, always looking for those flanks, sitting behind Saigon Buffalo. This time on the Nico, can't really do that. It's more on Jane to fill that role for Team Flash. Baron started up momentarily, Team Flash back away, searching for a potential pick. Fook 1 has that Glacial Prison, Pop Blossom available for Yoshino, two of the most critical ults in finding a pick for Team Flash.
Okay, Milky, we have
Yes.
a small little caster axism here in terms of macro. Where should Coated be right now?
Ooh, Coated, Graves, very strong 1v1. Put him in the side lane with teleport up in about 15 seconds time.
Yeah, that's correct. Why is he not there?
He's going there. He heard us.
Finally. I'm not sure what he did there for 5 minutes in mid lane, just steering waves and taking away farm from his ADC for no good reason whatsoever. He could have just taken the tower and pushed and threatened the inhibitor, which is he's finally doing now. So at least they passed the exam at the same time. So maybe they can finally apply some pressure with their insanely strong Graves. But this is a little bit of the VCS on thing I always talk about when we see the on overgrouping of the top laner together with a team, and I really hope they get away from that because he really needs to apply pressure in the side lane. You don't pick Grace for team fighting. Now, his team fighting is not horrible; it's all right. But especially with these items, you're focused on 1v1. You're focused on the side lane, on taking down the towers, and I just want to see Coated a lot of pressure in the side lanes, buy time for Shogun to scale up, and provide that sort of win condition to Saigon Buffalo.
Now, Your Way, I want you to explain something to me because I've been out of the meta for a while. What is an Evan Shroud doing on a Yone? Explain to me how this one works.
Yeah, it has been the number one build, actually. Chovy, I think, was the first one to come up with this one. And it offers an interesting combination of threat and also follow-up damage, because the Yone is harder to kill, but then also makes the other carries in his team stronger. So it's a really interesting combination. Not something you would associate with a Yone, but apparently it's working.
Nice Arctic Soul out of the seismic shove from Fook 1. Drake has been started. This is sole point for Team Flash. Weavers was going to get Hube on the wrong side of the fight. Fate Seal comes through into the backline. Is going Yoshino, but he can't find enough damage. Goes Golden, will die as soon as he comes out of stasis.
What's happening?
Shut down for Coated.
Fook is going crazy.
Putting over the wall, looking for Froggy, looking for Coated, finding so much damage. Forcing Go Golden, but now 3 members on top of Coated. Pudding still alive. Triple kill for Pudding. Could maybe look for Froggy for the quadra kill. However, Shogun is still
close. Why would you do
the wall.
that?
It just gets blown to shreds. Flash forward, Hubert gets one, but Shogun will be left to clean up the fight. A 5v4. Wait, Jade is still alive. Jade is still alive. Triple kill for Shogun, but Jade cleans up the fight.
This game is too stupid for me.
I love it.
What just happened? Okay, and why is Jay not just... okay, I guess the enemy team is respawning already. So in the end, we actually... Everyone died and no one got the dragon, so we're ready for round number 2. But this fight was quite interesting because you see Yoshino call on Shogun. Shogun, he's completely alone with Shogun though, so Shogun can reposition and quite easily eliminate the threat of Yoshino as a follow-up. In the meantime, Puddin is getting all his stacks on the ultimate, and he's going completely crazy in the backline. Eliminates 2 targets already, and then now look at Coated's movement here. Coated thinks he has the kill on Puddin and just runs into 3 people instantly, just dies. Quite funny.
Oh my god.
But now Puddin does the exact same against Shogun. Now we can't see it because there's another fight. Let's go, Milky.
More fighting. Fate Seal doesn't land onto anyone, and Jane is forced to dash back straight away. One ultimate wasted for the side of Team Flash, but the health bar is looking low for the side of Saigon Buffalo. Fook 1 has no health of his own on the Sejuani, but Team Flash are zoning Saigon Buffalo away, and Team Flash will be securing the Drake. Saigon Buffalo making a beeline for the Baron.
Oh. Enemy team is pretty high HP, going for the Baron. Cost them in game number 1, could cost them in game number 3 already. They're in a bad position, even if they get the Baron against the Soul, but this is so dangerous. Look at Yoshino, looking for the flank. Good spot by Slay, and here it comes.
Here we go with the engaged. Froggy is already low, and in goes a Pudding. He gets the Baron, he gets the kill. He's going to get coated as well. Shogun has fallen on the other side of the fight, and Team Flash are wiping Saigon Buffalo. A triple kill for Pudding, and an ace for Team Flash.
I mean, all I have to say to that is just... everyone saw that from kilometers away. Everyone. Yeah, whatever. Saigon Buffalo, not on their best behavior. I feel like the whole day they have been very sloppy around objectives, and once again it shows. They run at Baron when they know the enemy team is full HP, they know the enemy team is gonna be able to catch up to them because they don't have the damage to burst on Baron, and even if Baron goes down here, which does in the end to Coated, I mean, you still all die in the pit, right? So what do you even accomplish by getting this Baron? It's a horrible, horrible call for Saigon Buffalo. 5-0, and that should be all she wrote for this game. That should be Flash taking game number 3.
Did you see at the end, trying to get over the wall to pick up a quad trigger, but he mistimed the E, so he E'd right next to the wall and wasn't able to follow over and get the final kill, which was either onto Slay or Uguri, I can't remember which. 19 kills to 13. Team Flash were pretty much dead even on gold heading into that Baron fight. Now they are 2,000 gold ahead of Saigon Buffalo. They need to desperately try to survive through the, oncoming siege as... Why is there no Baron buff for Team Flash here?
No, they didn't get the Baron. Coated secured the Baron, and then all of them died.
My bad. Okay. For some reason, I just had in my head that they got the Baron. There was so much action happening in that fight, I didn't even check to see who got the Nasher. Team Flash then will have slightly less sieging power, but they're still very strong, still a lot of poke, especially with that Hextech Soul. Guri just hovering around Coated as Coated tries to get an inner tower to himself.
Yeah, I mean, now he's split pushing successfully, but now his team is a little bit too far behind, maybe. I'm not sure if I like this Aphelios build. I really think he could have been much more threatening if he goes for the IE. I know everyone loves Gale Force just for the repositioning, and maybe it's necessary in this game. Yeah, there are actually very strong arguments, but he's just lacking the damage to get through all of the big targets. And with Froggy this far behind, Guri kind of useless, Coated is not dealing enough damage either. I feel like Shogun should have gone for the Feast of Famine build here.
Glacial Prison does land on the top side of the map, but no follow-up for Team Flash. Saigon Buffalo clearing away these waves. Shogun with a blue gun, able to get through the minions relatively quickly. Fuquan with the Arctic Assault. Yoshino going forward. Pop Blossom onto 3. Cleanse flash away from Shogun. It doesn't matter. Jane is on a top, and Jane gets a kill. Yoshino will go golden as putting his string out the Orchards, but Saigon Buffalo might be able to turn this fight. Guardian's Angel will come up. Seismic Shove not timed well, but it doesn't matter. Guri gets the shutdown. They get the ADC. 3 members of Team Flash forced to retreat, but Guri has the Zeri Soul over the wall, and they are still chasing. They still want more. Can they get a CC? Beautiful turn from Team Flash. They can't get the kill the red buff, but no, not quite. Guri will just about be able to survive.
Yeah, I don't think Guri is very comfortable playing Zeri. It didn't look like he knew what he was doing, but it doesn't matter because he gets a huge shutdown again. And Saigon Buffalo maybe get a chance to look at the Elder Dragon spawning. Now, they're still in a bad position to win this game, but you can only try to make your chances as good as possible, right? At this point, just hanging on for a few more minutes, one more item for Shogun, one more item for Froggy, maybe even an item for Coated. Maybe you find the engagement put in, and you actually got his GA and his flash, so now is the opportunity to strike for Saigon Buffalo. Their engage is quite strong, they get on top of Puddin, and maybe get to utilize the Zeri Corpse later on. The game might not be quite over yet.
And there's no GA for Pudding right now, which is one of the most critical factors. Let's not forget as well, Saigon Buffalo, the gold is dead even between the two teams. It doesn't matter if Team Flash have a 5-kill advantage. The only thing that Flash really has as an advantage over Saigon Buffalo is those 4 stacked Drakes, that Hextech Soul.
Quite annoying to deal with. But late game Hextech Soul, it's very utility focused, right? So it doesn't actually carry you through fights in terms of damage, like some of the other souls do. Kind of tip the scales in your favor through positioning and movement, but that can always backfire. If you miss position, if the slow doesn't do anything and you just die, then the Hextech Soul suddenly doesn't actually do much in a fight. So it gives you something like a 50-60% better chance at positioning correctly, but if you mess that up, then the Hextech Soul can't help you like a Mountain Soul or an Infernal Soul can. So let's see if Flash plays it correctly. They do have the control around the Dragon Pit, and it's spawning in 20 seconds, so everything points towards Flash winning this game still, with the Elder Dragon coming up. But if they fumble one fight, suddenly it could all turn around again.
I just want to look at summoners. I want to look at cooldowns. Coated just reset, has a stopwatch. Shogun has a stopwatch as well. Zonya's is up for Yoshino, no GA. available right now for Pudding. Jane, though, coming in from the side, looking towards Froggy on this Tilia engage as well from Fook1. Now a teleport coming through.
Why is Fook
Fook1
there?
might be dead.
What's Fook doing?
Coated is going to be able to survive, and the jungler for the side of Team Flash is gone. Team Flash with an Elder spawning now have lost the most critical member of their team.
Dude, you just have to not run into them every single fight. How is it so hard to understand? What is Fook doing this series? He might have just cost his team the game and the series with that move.
Team Flash, they're going to have to try to find this. Pop Blossom is coming through. It's a big engage for Team Flash. Shut down is coated. Yoshino is incredibly low. And now we have a 4v4. Jane has used a Fate Seal. The Elder Drake has been secured. Saigon Buffalo charging forward. They want to get as many kills as quickly as they can. The Baron is up, and maybe Saigon Buffalo can make it 2 out of 2 objectives. Jane over the wall, looking towards Curry, forced to pop back to his original starting point.
And suddenly the game is way more spicy and way more contested than it should be after that soul. Team Flash, they squander their first opportunity to close out the game. This might really come back to bite them. If they lose this game, they will look back at this moment, and I think Fook should probably get very far away from the rest of his team. But it's not over yet. Fook is back alive, and maybe he can catch Guri. Why is he overextending now?
Well, maybe there'll be... Actually, I'm not going to say it. Jane has teleported in, has a blast cone. Baron has been started. Saigon Buffalo, despite having the Elder, they're playing this one a little bit tentative. They're playing this one cautiously. 4 members have that Baron buff or that Elder buff available. Baron is down to half health. This feels so coin flippy. Huber is already down to practically half health. Jane is searching for the play. Big Fate Seal comes in from Jane. 1 kill already. Shogun is able to pull 1 back, but it's a shutdown for Yoshino. Pudding forced to kite this one back. 4 members of Saigon Buffalo still somehow alive. How Shogun didn't die, I don't quite know. Saigon Buffalo get 3 kills, and they will get the Baron as well, and Froggy is looking for the kill onto Jane, gets it with the help of the Elder buff.
I mean, honestly, I really struggle to come up with things to say, because it's rule number 1. If the enemy team has Elder Dragon, you do not fight.
Don't fight.
And you do not go to Baron, where you're all in one small circle in the on an area, and the enemy team is literally just going there and saying, thank you. Yeah, lining up for us to shoot you down.
It's a 4v1. Jane has been popped. The Nexus towers are being popped as well. Saigon Buffalo, from the brink of defeat, have bounced back. They take game 3, 2-1, and a series point for the Buffaloes.
What a crazy turn. What a crazy throw from Flash. And they had the opportunity to finally be at match point against Saigon Buffalo, to advance to face Wales next week, and instead... No, Fook1 is going to look back at that situation many, many times in his career and lament what he just did there.
Yeah, that's not a pretty one for Fook1. There used to be a cleaning product your way over in the UK called Flash, and their adverts used to be Flash or Bang. Flash? No, I think it was Bang. It was still at Bang. Never mind. But anyway, Flash. And the series lead is gone for Team Flash. And with that, we're going to be heading on into a short break. And when we return, we might possibly be having picks and bans for Game 4 of the series, as Saigon Buffalo look to take the lead, or they have taken the lead, but look to end the series and secure themselves a date with Team Wales in the second round of the lower bracket.
You know I had the heart to break away. Never gonna drown under the waves. Cut away the link to fight again. I'm coming for you all with fire. I'll never lose a fire. I'll never stop the rise, or ever feel the
Welcome back, everyone. We're 1-1 in the series. We still haven't seen Game 3. It doesn't exist. No, Game 3 sadly does exist. It was a bit of a fiesta. There were quite a few mistakes. Team Flash had one hand on the game, and then some questionable engages, some miscommunication, let's say, on target focus. And Saigon Buffalo came back in, stole an Elder, stole a Baron, stole the hearts of the Team Flash fans, and now they are on to Series Point.
That was quite the throw. I'm not entirely sure if Team Flash has it in them to come back after that one. This is one of those situations where it can go one of two ways, right? It can go like game number 4 is just the 20-minute stomp for Saigon Buffalo because Flash has given up internally. Or Flash really finds another gear here and just gets really angry because they know this should have been their game. They just play way better. So let's hope for the latter because either team should just try to play a bit better than in the last game. It was one of the lowest quality games we have seen in a long while. Both teams making mistake after mistake after mistake. And a lot of the individual players also really just overstepping boundaries, getting caught here and there, dying in lane. So yeah, let's just hope for a little bit of a cleaner performance. But at least it was fun to watch for the most part and a lot of kills.
Yeah. Fun to watch, fun to cast as well. I have a question for you, Yulway. Froggy or Blazers?
Yeah. Can we just, I don't know, put Slay in
Skip
mid
that
lane?
question.
Put
Yeah.
Slay in mid lane, put Froggy in bot lane, let him play Callista support or something. I don't know.
It's to support.
Both mid laners have looked really bad, so I'm really not sure what to do at Saigon Buffalo here. I guess you just roll with Froggy because he won the game, so he's probably in a good mood, and he's very tilt-proof anyway because he's Froggy. So yeah, I think it's probably just Froggy here.
Yeah. It's impossible to inhibit the Ribbit to tilt the Frogster himself. I was saying to you as well in the break, I think Jane has had a very good series so far, but at least to me, it feels like there's a little bit of hesitation. And I don't want to say KDA hunting, but I feel like there's a bit too much safety from Jane, like a bit too much fear that they get over aggressive and die, and as a result, aren't supporting their team as much as maybe they could.
Maybe. I feel like maybe it's just the playstyle differences between Leah and Yona really just messing with his brain because it's so different what you have to do, right? Especially with this Yona build, because he's not even the assassin, the high crit damage Yona. He's more of a facilitator setting up certain things, a little bit of a half tank kind of weird thing with this build. So I feel like maybe he just wasn't too familiar with what to do after laning phase, because I feel like his laning phase was still really good, right? He had really high CS numbers, got 2 kills early, he dominated Froggy and Roams, he enabled his team to go for the first dragon. But the teamfight coordination, not only of him individually, but also his whole team dealing with this champion, this new champion, probably just threw them off. They felt disconnected many times here. I remember the one fight where Yoshino flanked with Nico. I think you talked about this in the pause as well. Yoshino found a really nice flank on Shogun with Nico, and no one followed up on him because everyone else was funneled on the other side of the map and tried to get their kills there. So essentially, the Nico engage did nothing, and he just died to Shogun. So yeah, I feel like this team just needs to play a team composition they know well enough so they can't contradict each other on the field. It just felt like both of them, or all of them, wanted different things, and the target focus just wasn't there.
100%. What I will say, though, for Team Flash is this definitely hasn't felt like a team that finished 6th place in regular season. It doesn't feel like a team that went 4-8 and is coming off the back of 9 back-to-back series losses.
Maybe. Maybe it's also just Saigon Buffalo not playing very well today, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt, and it's actually Flash playing up Saigon Buffalo's level and not Saigon Buffalo playing down to Flash's level. They do look like a team, and that's good to see, because sometimes the second to last team in the league just looks like a hot mess. We have seen that multiple times in the VCS in the past, so I feel like overall the quality of the league has stepped up in terms of coordination and preparation and so on. But unfortunately, Flash just seems to be the weakest of the team. Unless they can turn it around today.
Well, this is the third time now that Team Flash have been in a 1-2 position against the Saigon Buffalo. They lost 2-1 to Saigon Buffalo in regular season. They were 2-1 down on Saigon Buffalo a couple of weeks ago as well in playoffs.
Oh, I just saw something. Sorry to interrupt your train of thought there. They just showed us Team Flash's roster again, and I thought, okay, they're just pulling up the graphic because they have to fill time, but there was a very important change there. Druktha in instead of Fukwon. So, might actually see one of our favorite junglers playing this series now out, because Fukwon, well, we talked about it in game number 2, game number 3, some very questionable performances. Could very well argue that he cost his team the game by over-engaging with the smite at the Elder Dragon position. So it's now Druktha in a very different playstyle, I'd say. Fukwon much more of the facilitator, Druktha much more of a carry. So I'm interested to see what Flash's approach to draft is going to be. Not entirely sure why we were delaying draft, but it seems like the shot is on the stage now. So hopefully we're going to get into draft for game number 4 in just a few.
And I do believe as well, both Druktha and Fukwon, correct me if I'm wrong, your way, were both on Cerberus at one point. Fukwon was the sub for Ego, and then Druktha took over from Ego at the start of last year, I want to say.
Yeah, they both played over there. Druktha not for as long. Also transitioning now over to Flash, kind of earned his starting spot after always being on the edge of actually being a VCS jungler, so a little unfortunate to see him falter so much today. But then again, you have Druktha on the bench, so you should utilize him when your jungler does so many silly things.
Yeah, well, Druktha, we know what he's capable of, and finally, wait, did we get a Xayah pick before the LeBlanc got banned? I don't know what's going on with the graphic, but we have the Xayah picked up. It is Pudding's most played ADC, and it is the first time it has been allowed through picks and bans. Saigon Buffalo answering once again with the Rel and the Taliyah.
Yeah, this is so fun. Taliyah, such high priority in this series, even though Froggy had a pretty horrible game too. But Rel this time can't be countered by Taliyah because, yeah, well, they're on the same team. So are we going to go into Alistar again, and which opens up the possibility of counterpicking the Alistar with the likes of Lulu? Or is Flash gonna change their approach? The Rakan is open. It feels like a Rakan-Xayah combination here to dominate bot lane with a little bit of setup and strong mid-game power is a very easy way or avenue to victory.
The Nico locked in for Team Flash, and we'll see what they want to take for their final pick, as it is going to be a Viego. This is actually the only champion that Druktha has been able to beat Saigon Buffalo with. He's played 6 games for Team Flash, 4 of which were against Saigon Buffalo, and the only win he got was on this Viego.
Now, bated breath, this pick. Could be so many things. Oh, I haven't seen this champion at all in this. Okay. Very interesting.
We have not. I very much like the Cassante. It's something, at least I've been seeing in Europe, but it hasn't been picked up as much here in the VCS. In fact, neither Yoshino or Coated have played it at all this season. So, kind of a champion that's been left out of the VCS meta, really.
Nagia yesterday completely popped off with this champion. He was amazing. He had a triple kill later in the team fight. Of course, he was always the best Cassante player, even in spring, so it makes sense. But in the end, this could still be, I mean, I guess it has to be top lane now that Taliyah is picked. Theoretically, we could flex everything around and have Taliyah in the jungle and Rel in the bot lane, but that's unlikely. Talk about that when it actually happens, or it actually happens, I should say. So for now,
there's a lot of ADC bans here.
Yeah, because they haven't picked their ADC yet, right? So that's a good little pinch on the main carry. Shogun not able to pick up whatever he wants. Are we actually? Is there actually one ban missing? No, there it is.
I think there's in it. Yeah, there is.
So
I'm surprised they've left the Kai'Sa open after all of those bans.
Yeah, Felius is banned this time, so he probably has to go Kai'Sa, but he has last pick ADC, so is Shogun cooking something spicy here? We could actually see something like a Jinx again, not completely unplayable, especially after the IE buffs. Actually deals really good damage again. Sivir is another option. We have seen a lot of Sivir into Zarya especially. So I feel like those are the two he's looking at, not so much the Kai'Sa, because for some reason Kai'Sa is just not a priority at all in this series. So I would expect that to be the same in this game and just see a Sivir. Yep, I think my money would be on Sivir here.
Well, 4 of Shogun's most played, actually 5 of Shogun's most played ADCs have been taken away. The next most is the likes of the Kai'Sa, the Ziggs, the Draven. Renekton locked in for Yoshino once again. It didn't quite work out in game 2. We'll see whether he has better success on the Crocodile, and he is definitely cooking because we've got a Karma locked in.
That's a Taliyah bot lane.
Yes.
Or Karma bot lane? I mean, Froggy has 2 Karma games, so that's where my mind immediately went. I thought, okay, it's a Karma mid lane, but maybe they actually swap the Karma into top lane to counter the Renekton. This is some classic SGB stuff. I'm getting excited again. Shogun does play some mages in there. He could also just play the bot lane Graves, which I would hate to see, but it's possible. So no one knows what's going to happen. We don't have the champions on our screen, so we don't know where the champions are going. It's going to be surprising. But for now,
what do you think?
I think it's Froggy Karma. Maybe in top lane, though. I'm not sure if he's going to go to mid lane, but it's going to be Froggy playing the Karma. And I think Shogun might play the Taliyah. I would be super fascinated by Taliyah bot lane. I feel like...
So, I'm trying to think. It's going into Azaya Nautilus. So I think Taliyah works okay against the Nautilus if you can time that Unraveled Earth quite well. I just had a quick check. Froggy has never played either the Taliyah or the Karma, which I guess makes sense. So we saw Yoshino having his career first game on the Nico.
You mean Shogun, right?
Shogun. Yeah, sorry.
Froggy literally played Taliyah earlier today.
Yeah. And he's definitely played a fair bit of Karma as well. So we saw Yoshino playing his first ever game on the Nico in game 3. He had a decent performance on the champion, and I will see how well Shogun can perform on his debutante performance.
Yeah, I mean, if it's Graves bot lane, I really have no idea what's going on, but because I believe that Graves is not playable in bot lane. Let's see. We are going to transition onto the Rift as quickly as possible to just make out what's going to happen.
Find everything out. Oh, it's Taliyah bot lane. Oh, wait. All 3 of them. It is Karma mid. Okay, Karma mid, Graves
jungle. Ah, that was something I didn't even consider. Of course, that's possible too.
Yeah, who else? Because, because we were thinking of Rel.
It's Taliyah bot lane. Let's go, Shogun. I love you already, but that's even cooler than everything else you do usually.
I think the Rel had to go bot lane, because if the Rel goes jungle, you've got to play Taliyah Karma, which I don't know, it just feels weird. Who knows? Either way,
who knows what
we
this
do
is.
know.
But I mean,
Rel is support.
The theory makes sense, right? Taliyah just outranges the Zarya, and Zarya never gets to play the game. I think that's all they really think about here. And Shogun, he's probably gonna take a little bit of a more backseat role, not the main carry. Probably about Guri and it's probably around Guri, Karma. This is very reminiscent of Froggy and Beanjay together, right? They like to play these kind of shields, shield the Hecarim back in the day. Beanjay Hecarim with Karma in mid lane, and they made it work many times. So this is another one of those old SGB comps. Where it's only 2 members remaining, but one of those is Froggy, and Froggy is one of the most unique players of all time, so it makes sense that this team still has a lot of weird stuff in their pockets.
And Froggy might not have been the carry, he might not have been, the center of the team, but he did his playstyle was kind of the identity of Saigon Buffalo, and they still have him present. Priority in the bottom lane, level 2 picked up, a very nice engage by Team Flash. They forced Slay to burn an early flash, and Pudding will be very happy with how things have panned out.
Not a good start to the mage lane. Disrespecting the level up there is not great, because now Slay can't really offer the same amount of peel for Shogun, and he definitely needs peel, because he is a very squishy little Taliyah.
Very squishy indeed, especially if he gets hooked by one of those bad boy dredge lines. I'm surprised Huber didn't throw one out there and try to find either Shogun or Slay in the process. Both junglers then starting on the top side of the map. They've made their way over to the bottom side, and maybe we'll see some aggression towards the bottom side, particularly from Drakthar, because you have the setup of that Nautilus with the dredge line hook.
Yeah, usually you really want to see Grace perma-invade, right? Certus dominance and the 1-1 be the skirmisher he likes to be, and with Karma behind him, that should be possible. But for now, it looks like Guri is playing it very safe, very defensively, just farming up. And there's the first jungle clash happening. Drakthar, did he smite it away? No, it was slightly too late.
Almost came in, and now they're going to have a smite fight maybe over this bot side. Scuttle Crab Guri making his way over into the mid lane. Drakthar will not be too far behind.
This is so dangerous.
We might have a 2v2. Froggy is low, but Jane might get a pop. It uses the Alter Nico form very well. Forces Guri to actually flash out of the play. So that's Guri and Froggy both without flash, and Drakthar seeming to take this opportunity to have a bit of a jungle v jungle skirmish.
Yeah, now Drakthar has the top side to himself. He can take the second Scuttle Crab, and that's 2 Scuttle Crabs against a Graves, the king of Scuttle Crabs. Okay, nowadays you don't have the shield on them, so Graves doesn't have that big of an advantage compared to the other champs. But what is going on
Huber
here?
is very low, and both supports die, but it is Shogun who ends up getting first blood.
Yeah, bot lane first blood, let's go.
29 CS to 29 at the moment. But that first blood is going to mean that Shogun gets a slightly bigger influx of gold going his way.
Could be quite big if he gets to his first item here, if he gets to the lost chapter. That's great mana sustain then. Yeah, just very nice counter engagement. Hugh had to flash on Slay. If Slay has flash here, he probably gets away. So actually the early flash burned paid off for team flash in the end. Too many flashes at once. But yeah, Shogun and Slay definitely have practiced this before. They know how to counteract this Nautilus.
I'm playing it very well, did Shogun and Slate. And we know how good Shogun is. We view him as one of the, if not the best ADC in the Vietnamese Championship Series, and living up to that name over the course of this series. Although, that being said, Pudding has been performing really well this split and has been kind of coming up there as one of the names to watch out for, picking up from, or learning, let's say, from Artemis over at Cerberus.
Yeah, definitely. Puddin in one of the most exciting young players coming into the league this year, as Froggy doesn't have flash, and that spells his demise.
Yeah, and Huber is here as well, just for some extra damage. Doesn't use the Ignite, that would be overkill. And another kill going the way of Team Flash. Meanwhile, Pudding just has to play very cautiously in the bottom lane.
Nicely done, very good roam, getting the kill there. One tower play to Shogun is not that big of a deal, I think, because he doesn't have the execution on towers as other ADCs do. So just losing one plate early is not that big of a deal. And if you look at his items, he has the dream back of all dream backs on mages. That is the perfect assortment of items to play a lane. Now Shogun needs to be careful. Oh, he has nerves of steel. That's insane. I would have flashed that 5 times.
Shogun knows Nautilus too well. Here in the VCS, all we get is Nautilus and Alistar, and Shogun has that max hook range memorized to a T. You cannot put him off.
I don't think that's legal. I don't think you're allowed to do that. Holy. Just walks away in a straight line and gets away with it.
Yeah. He didn't even have boots, and Huber did. So maybe if Huber just kept walking for a bit longer, might have been able to catch up, although base movement speed of Nautilus is very low.
So, yeah, to finish the point, Shogun with tier and lost chapter, he's never going to run out of mana. So once he has a few points in the queue, I think this really opens up the map for Slay to roam permanently, because it's really hard to dive Shogun if he perma-shoves the wave. Interested to see what Saigon Buffalo does with this mage bot lane, if they try to go for dives, because it has a decent amount of burst as well, as we saw earlier, or if they just leave Shogun alone and focus their attention onto the top side of the map.
I think Huber's been searching for a way to engage. I saw pings to the bottom side of the map, and I thought once the Unraveled Earth had been used, Huber might use it as an opportunity to go in. Drakthar, he's got vision of the red buff. He's going to go in. It's going to be all down to the smite fight, and Guri's being forced away. Guri ends up smiting it faster than Drakthar. even though it was Drakthar who dropped down the auto and then smited.
Actually, Guri wins this really hard now, so I'm a little bit surprised that Guri didn't go for the fight, because that was red buff Grace, and you already dodged the second stun, so I feel like Guri could have really gone for that fight there, with Karma behind him as well, but playing it safe. A very defensive Grace performance so far, not what we're used to seeing from the likes of Kenyon and people.
Oh, this is dirty.
Here they go.
This is dirty. Now, Jane is here as well.
Oh, Jane is so good.
That was very, very smart from the Team Flash mid laner. And Zygon Buffalo want to go for round 2. Now they're going to look towards the red buff, and Guri's going to say, hey, look, I want to steal this away from you. Huber is here. Hex flashes over the wall and makes sure that Guri has backed off.
Hex Flash was quite dangerous. If they see that coming and kill him, that could turn quite a bit of the early game around, but luckily for Huber, he gets away with it. In the meantime, bot lane, it's just Zarya against Talia clearing waves, and that's one of the very few matchups where Zarya doesn't have the superior wave clear, so she doesn't really know what to do in this case. Usually you just activate 2 feather abilities and the wave is gone, but Talia is even faster at doing that.
I think it's all going to come down to Huber and Slay roaming around the map, potentially. Right now, though, Drakthar starting up on the Rift Herald. First trick of the game was secured by Zygon Buffalo. I can't remember if we saw that one happening your way.
Yeah. It was earlier when Graves went down there after the first blood, I believe. So it's still a decent start. It's not what I expected when I saw Guri on the Graves. I thought he would play it much more aggressively. He's actually falling behind in CS as well, so a bit disappointing, I'd say, for a carry jungler. But I mean, now he's playing against Drakthar as well, so that's one of the premier carry junglers on the other side as well. So quite the interesting jungle matchup in this game. I feel like Viego, just conceptually as a champion, will have a hard time later in this game, because there are so many shields, there's so much mobility and tankiness in the enemy team. How is he ever gonna get a reset? We saw Viego being kind of ineffectual in the last game, and I feel like this one might be the same kind of case.
Something else that I found quite interesting is just like the meta difference, kind of between Vietnam and Europe, because in Europe in the jungle role, I think there's been a lot of Maokai, a lot of Sejuani, a lot of Mumu as well. And here we're seeing more of these kind of fighter junglers, more of these carry junglers. We've seen Viego a fair bit, we've seen Graves a couple of times as well. Yes, the rel has been present, but you know, the likes of Maokai and Sejuani have been largely ignored.
Largely comes down not to meta read, but to ego of the junglers, I'd say, because Vietnam is the region of the junglers. We've always had an amazing roster of junglers, maybe the weakest it has ever been in a really long time this split. A lot of lackluster junglers, but still the upper echelon are very good players, and Guri Guri came in last split and only played carries. And Drakthar has always been a carry jungler too, so it's not surprising in this matchup if you ignore that the meta doesn't really allow for... Hey Jane, nice try. The meta doesn't really allow for too many carry junglers in other regions. It's not surprising that Vietnam still goes for them.
Well, Rift Herald dropped in the mid lane, going to be some extra gold going into the pockets of this Nico, which Jane will be very happy with, and I think that's 2 plates going the way of Jane.
And Jane dominating lane once again against Froggy. Now, to be fair to him, Froggy kind of blew his opportunity at dominating lane when he flashed forward to try and tether Jane. That didn't work, so he died a little later. But it's still, once again, a good performance. Jane really, I feel like that's one of the biggest improvements compared to Spring Split. For us who have missed large parts of the Summer Split, seeing Jane play so well today is a nice and welcome surprise.
Absolutely. Kind of coming into this, I was looking at, names that I recall from Spring Split, more importantly, kind of recall from 2022, and Jane was a player back then that was a rookie and didn't have an impressive rookie split. But here in this series against Zygon Buffalo, he has been performing admirably well and been probably the most solid performing factor of Team Flash alongside maybe Yoshino and Pudding. I don't know which of those I'd put second right now.
Yeah, for sure. And, I mean, the game is super slow right now. Whoa. We have to stop for a second.
Triforces?
Yes, exactly. Double Triforce junglers. Okay, we are really not holding it back with the damage. No defenses whatsoever on either champion. It's just full damage. I've never seen a Graves Triforce before, I believe, in my life. at least. I mean, I don't really keep up with Graves' builds because I hate the champion with a passion, so I kind of ignore him for the most part, but that is...
Shall I give a quick call to Rebel to explain it then?
An interesting little tidbit there. I guess you want E, spam E, get super tanky, and just activate all the burst damage all the time. But yeah, a very different look.
I'll be having a little skirmish over the top side. Drakthar wanting to steal a couple of camps away. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, nice Featherstorm to deny the seismic shove, and Pudding picks up a very nice kill.
This time Shogun wasn't able to dodge that all-important hook, it looks like, even though he had the flash, so maybe Hubris getting the better of him. Could have flashed that, most likely. Goes down, free kill for Puddin, and Slay can't make something happen on the other side of the map, so in the end, just a bot lane advantage for the side of Flash.
I think Hubert was too close for Shogun to flash. Like, even if Shogun flashed, I think Hubert then just hits him with a Q straight after. And I don't know if Hubert started off that play with an auto. I don't know. I would like to get a replay of it. Hopefully we do. First item has been completed for both Shogun and Pudding. Leandris versus Kraken Slayer.
And now I really want to see Guri and Froggy group up like the old Beanjay Froggy combo and wreak some havoc in the jungle, because look at the items. This is all set up for Graves to be an insanely strong mid-game team fighter or just skirmisher, and the Karma should be there to just heal him permanently, provide shields, set him up with movement speed, but they're not really working together so far in this game, so it's a bit disappointing, especially looking at Froggy's history as an enabler, but maybe they can rectify this with the next dragon coming up in 2 minutes. Maybe they find a good skirmish and invade in the meantime.
We're seeing Saigon Buffalo looking towards the mid lane, looking to potentially find a pick onto Pudding and Hubert. Pudding actually just using his cleanse, he's used his flash. Something's happening in the mid lane. Hubert burning down with the ignite, but both of the team flash bot laners will be able to survive.
And slowly the heat is getting turned on. Jane is a minion. He needs to be careful. If he stays a minion, he can get a one-shot, so shouldn't overdo
Wait, really?
this. Yeah, of course. Look at his HP bar. His HP bar is a minion.
Wait, your HP bar changes when you...
Yeah, of course.
I didn't realize they had changed that on Nico. I thought it was just you change your form.
It's the minions. You can actually get executed by stuff as well if you get hit by Akshan ultimate and stuff. But here we have the first skirmish in a long while. Okay.
Yoshino pulling members into the backline. Jade is hit by so much damage from Yoshino. It's Aatrox all over again. One kill for the side of Team Flash. Over the Baron Pit wall goes Yoshino. Drakthar gets another. Takes the form of Coated. And now they're looking towards Slay. Another kill for the side of Team Flash. 3-0.
And it's Drakthar who strikes. It's not Guri and Froggy together. They designed this whole composition around the Guri-Froggy combo for the early game, for the skirmishes, for the healing and shielding of the hyper carry and Graves, and it backfires horribly in their first engagement. Look at the gold lead already. It's 4k. It's in the Rift Herald to make it even bigger, and a little bit of missed coordination. Look at this, 5 players, but they're all... Look at Slay. Slay's on the opposite side because he didn't think that his top laner would bring the enemy top laner that side, so missing coordination once again. Both of these teams have committed that sin over the course of the last 2 games, and this time Saigon Buffalo has to pay the price.
A very, very good start for Team Flash. Jane has died. Somehow. I don't know how, but Jane is dead. Second death of the series for Jane. And this is the largest goal lead that we've seen at 16 minutes this entire series by a large amount. I think the highest we would have had at this point would have been about 1.5k in favor of Saigon Buffalo, either in games 1 or 2.
Here we see, Jane and Shogun killed each other, I believe. Yeah, Shogun with a nice ambush on Jane, and now the enemy team is angry, and they know that Shogun is there, so they punish him. So, yeah, Shogun with a good play, gets a little bit of gold back to himself, and forces the teleport from Yoshino. Drakthar almost goes down to the Talia as well. Maybe the Talia can do something, but one huge concern now for the side of Saigon Buffalo, as having a look at the tower, is...
Oh, he's going to proc. He's not even leaving.
Yeah. If you build a composition about shielding and hypercarry and you fall behind in the early game, you severely lack damage. And that's the case right now for them. They do get a dragon, which is quite interesting. So Flash this time not focused on the dragons. They want to accelerate the game as quickly as possible. They want to step on the gas and just finish before dragons become relevant. But it's a bit of a risky choice.
in a tower picked up, and Team Flash won't try to goad the Rift Herald into getting another charge at the inhibitor tower. Guri stepping forward will spot out Drakthar, hops over the wall, flashes over the red buff wall, and Yoshino is now in a 1v3. He's not going to be able to survive for that long. He's doing some damage onto Coated, but there are too many shields, there are too many heals, and it's a shutdown for Shogun on the Talia.
Small little things going the way of Saigon Buffalo that will instill some doubt in the minds of Team Flash. Remember, last game they should have won. This should have been right before advancing to the next round, because they should have been 2-1, and with a big gold lead, should be looking at their potential game against Wales next week. Instead, now they fight for their survival. They can't lose a single game, and you're in such a good position, giving over 1,000 gold shutdown to the enemy AD carry. Okay, mage this time. Still not very encouraging.
And we talked about how Fuquan will be looking back at his plays in Game 3, thinking if only, and maybe Saigon Buffalo are going to be looking back at this game and thinking if only we didn't, draft this differently to what we had done in the first 3 games, we wouldn't have lost in playoffs. And that's all going to come down to what happens in the remaining 15 minutes of this game and a potential Game 5.
Yeah, it's possible. I think it's a bit lazy to blame the draft, to be honest. I feel like there was a lot of potential if they play it more aggressively, but Guri and Froggy just don't have the synergy that BeanJ and Froggy had. Imagine this game being BeanJ. He would have been in the enemy jungle from level 2 onwards all the time, relying on Froggy to back him up, and if Froggy doesn't, BeanJ is gonna in. But that's exactly how you want to play Grace, right? Just perma-threatening the enemy jungler in the 1v1 and getting a huge advantage in terms of CS, in terms of map pressure, and just levels as well. Now he's actually behind, and Drakthar finds another one.
They're so disrespectful of Guri and Slay. What are they doing? They're playing 2v3, 2v4, stepping up into the face of Huber and a Dredge line, and they're forced to dash out to safety. And this is going to give Team Flash all the time that they need to pick up this top lane inner tower.
And what I like about this game is it's much quicker pace than the games before. No downtime. There's no empty 5 minutes where people just group in mid lane and push lanes back and forth. It's always some action happening around some objectives, and this really favors Flash right now with their gold lead already, because it accelerates the game and makes individual gold leads much more important.
Drakthar on the back line. Yoshino looking to follow up. Team Flash want to fight Dredge line. Not going to be able to land onto Slay. Yoshino now on the back foot once again. Weaver's wall comes through, and that's brave from Shogun. He wants to fight onto Yoshino, who has a lot of damage being knocked around. Meanwhile, Team Flash looking at the rest of the fight. A 3v3. Yoshino able to survive, and Jane comes in, gets the kill onto Shogun from where I have absolutely no idea. There are 3 fights happening all at once. Out comes the Featherstorm. Drakthar able to get the kill onto Slay. 2 kills for the side of Team Flash.
I have no idea what happened on the left side. I thought the fight was over. Yoshino flashed away, but then Shogun decides with Flash up again. Really greedy game from Shogun so far. Just playing on the edge, but actually a bit further than the edge. Just looking down that cliff a few too many times or dying a few too many times. He does have teleport though, and maybe they don't account for the ADC teleport, because that's not a normal thing to think about at 20 minutes. So a bit dangerous, but the Baron is going down very quickly.
Coda taking a lot of damage. Shogun teleporting in. Baron down at 2,500. Can Guri get into the pit? No, he cannot. Huber has been tethered. Huber has been tied down. That's going to be a kill, but what can Mr. Zaya do? What a pullback on the feathers from Pudding. He gets one. Still trying to play this out. He gets another. The teleports are coming 3. Pudding, you absolute madman. He finds the hero playing a 1v4. Shogun is on the run. Over the wall comes Drakthar. Down goes Shogun. And rising up a Team Flash.
I feel like we have to add another chapter. The age-old rule in League. Never chase a singed. Chasing a Zaya is almost as bad, especially if you're only melee champions. Look at that, that's perfect positioning from Puddin, just able to follow up with the feathers over and over again. Actually, he gets another feather call in such quick succession. Look at all the feathers! That's so many, that's so much damage. That's completely insane for Puddin, and then he gets another one here on Guri. 2 kills, and the damage on Shogun should have been another one. So, essentially, Puddin killed 3 members on his own, just by Zaya positioning, and then the team fight is obviously just not... They're not able to continue on Saigon Buffalo's side, so this should be game number 5 ahead of us.
Don't
Milky.
say it. Your way. We did this in the last game. Take it back.
I will not. If Flash somehow manages to throw, they only have themselves to blame. There is no caster curse strong enough to actually inflict this kind of
Oh my
throw.
god. All the while, your way channeling the strongest caster curse known to mankind. Team Flash are leading a good dredge line landing on to Coated, Pudding just throwing out auto after auto, and there is going to be a big blade caller coming in. Here comes the Drakthar train as well. Team Flash are just so strong. Cuba is still alive, surely for not much longer. He just waits for the green light on the Tilio wall and walks himself out to safety like an absolute Chad. Team Flash get another kill, and they just keep on pushing these waves forward. And I do have to agree with you, your way, this game is looking very done, is looking very dusted, and it is looking super duper clean.
That was one of the best Nautilus plays I've ever seen. Just stood there, patiently, waited, nothing happened, then just walked away. Beautiful.
Is that the equivalent of being in a horror movie? You're absolutely crapping yourself in terror, but then the monster doesn't show up and you're like, thank God.
I guess so.
By horror movie standards, usually you'd think you're safe, and then out from behind would come someone scary. In this case, probably Shogun, but Shogun was unable to do a horror movie wrap around. Team Flash are 2 Drakes to Saigon Buffalo's 2 Drakes. They don't care about the Drake stacking right now. They just care about that very, very juicy 9k goal lead that they have over Saigon Buffalo. All of the inner towers, with the exception of the bot lane one, are down, and they will be waiting for the next Drake and the next Baron to spawn in 3 minutes' time.
And I feel like we haven't talked enough about the one player that came in from Flash after the last game, after the horrible throw from their jungler.
Yes.
They subbed in Drakthar, and what a performance for the first game on stage. It's literally an elimination game for his team as the secondary jungler. He was not the starting jungler for the most time, which is already a big disappointment if you think about Drakthar's career. Getting bested by Fook 1, it's kind of embarrassing.
Yo, whoa. He ain't been bested by Fook 1. That's a disappointment by the coaching staff not recognizing the amazing talent of Rebel, Fox's favorite jungler.
I mean, yeah, you can definitely argue that after seeing both of them in comparison this series. Let's see if he can walk it home in this game, then also keep up the performance in game number 5. But what a first statement from this jungler. 6-0-3 for Drakthar, and he is here to stay. Look at his items, he's not going to die in this game.
Okay. Your way. How many caster curse do you want to put out in this game? Just let me know now. We'll get them all out of the way in one go.
How many can we collect? How many do we need to make Saigon Buffalo win? I mean, you know, I'm a Saigon Buffalo fan, so let's see what I can do.
I was casting a game recently where it was an absolute stomp, and I was joking with my color caster at the time, saying, you know, we couldn't even caster curse this, and then we were trying to figure out what is the biggest caster curse that we can do, and we were saying there is no way that they can lose this, blah blah blah. Do you know what happened then, your way?
Lost?
No, they still won the game.
Of course.
Yeah. See, based on that, one instance caster curses aren't real, as Drakthar is on the run. Slay is hunting for a kill, for a shutdown, but he ain't slaying nobody.
And I think we're in silly territory now, so let's put a spotlight on Froggy's itemization here, because I think he has also entered silly land. That is one spell thieves at 26 minutes.
Wait, what? Oh. Fair enough. Dredgeline coming through from Hubert. There are 5 members of Saigon Buffalo here and 3 of Team Flash, but they don't care one bit. There is a huge wave topside crashing into the inhibitor tower. Meanwhile, Yoshino heading down bot side just to do a little bit of split pushing on the Renekton.
Yeah, they haven't really advanced the game state much. Team Flash a little bit lax, maybe? They should have been a little bit more pushy, really trying to walk their way into the enemy base. I guess they're just relying on the Baron, but yeah, a little disappointing with how they played out the last few minutes. They could have definitely been a little bit more assertive. If you just compare the items, like, there's no way you ever lose a fight, so just go for one. Instead, they're going to wait for the objective, and there's always potential of a steal. We saw that insane game between KT and Q1, game number 5, where there were 3 Baron steals in a row, so you never know. If you rely on Baron, bad things can happen to you.
Yeah. Remember as well, T1 against, in the finals, against DRX, Drakthar flashing away. Now
This is
looking
all
to
gone.
turn things back around. Team Flash are showing up. Huber has to take the dredge line out to safety slowly. Yoshino is making his way in. Now the teleport is coming through and Team Flash say, oh, you want to fight with us? We are ready for you. Dredge line from Huber goes a bit wide. Jane on the side searching for a Tangled Barbs, pretending to be Zaya for the moment, and now reveals his true form.
That was actually really good marking from Saigon Buffalo. They were aware of all the threats from the different sides and had a player ready to defend against either the back line or the front line. So Saigon Buffalo showing you a little bit of fight that's left in them in this game, even from 10k down.
Huber might have been slightly caught out. They've been
Uh-oh,
watching out for the threats, but are they aware of the threat of the Team Flash wallet? Yoshino searching around the side. Depth Charge finding a two-man knock-up. No follow-up from Team Flash. Throwing out as much damage as he can. Big Pop Blossom from Jane. This is why you put the Team Flash mid laner on Nico and not on Yone. Team Flash are looking to just destroy Saigon Buffalo in the rest of the fight. They're running. They're trying to hide, but there is nowhere they can go. More kills, more kills. Guri goes golden. Will fall straight as he comes out of stasis. 4 kills for Team Flash, and they only lose their support in the process.
They finally cracked the last defenses of Saigon Buffalo. Okay, the base is still standing, but that is another Baron. That should leave nothing for Saigon Buffalo to come back with. It was closer than I thought, but really, really nice individual plays from especially Yoshino and Drakthar there to follow up. So they showed their prowess in the team fights, and they are not tilted in the slightest from the last game, or at least they got a second wind with their new jungler. I still like this initial fight from Saigon Buffalo. I felt like they had decent control, but then they make the flash on top of Shogun from Guri with the Nautilus ulti on him. Then everyone is just too close together. There's too much CC and they can't deal with all of that. Nice capitalization from Flash, just stacking in one tiny spot there with all their CC and just overwhelming Saigon Buffalo with a burst. Talia goes down instantly, and then there's nothing left to fight.
Considering the Diffie in the Jiffy, by Jiffy I mean in the wallet, I expected Team Flash to win that a little bit more one-sidedly. However, that's not what really happened, as pulled in his Drakthar. He will die. Guardian Angel will resurrect. Can he stay alive? Gets over the wall with a Heartbreaker. Oh, almost gets caught by Guri's collateral damage. In the end, survives all the while. Jane just doesn't want any part of this, just pushing in the mid lane.
You can see glimpses of why they thought this composition could work, right? There's so much mobility, so much weird stuff to deal with, so many shields, so much counter engage, and then also all the poke from Shogun, Guri with the long range execute and the close combat tankiness and like melee combat from Graves. So it makes sense, but they played it really badly in the early game, so now they're too far behind to make it work.
That's the 5th or 6th caster curse that I just counted there your way as Team Flash continue to push forward in the bot lane with Baron empowered minions. Dredge line. I dare you, but I'm going to be honest. I don't know if you want to land that. I know Yoshino and Drakthar coming from the side, but maybe just push in the waves. Don't need to over-exert your pressure. And you can just let the Baron empowered minions do their work for now.
You have to understand, after playing Alistar, Nautilus feels like you can actually do something in the game. That's so amazing. Cuba feels liberated on this champion.
I mean, he had a game on Lulu, didn't he? Weaver's Wall comes out just to buy a little bit of time and stop the siege from coming through. Drakthar, though, just getting the mid-wave pushed in. No 1-3-1 for the moment, just going to be the simple 1-4 Dredge line landing onto coast. A lot of damage coming through. Redemption will heal a bit, putting pull under tower. Forced to cleanse. Here comes the Pop Blossom. The timing not quite right to find the damage on to Shogun's Talia. Team Flash have to back away, as Saigon Buffalo are doing a really good job of absorbing the pressure from the siegers. Finally, Team Flash crack open the base, and now the potential turn over on to Guri. As Drakthar forced to back away, pushing now in the bottom lane. They're able to get a tower. Dredge line is going to be able to land onto Slay. Where is the Pop Blossom? Tangle Barbs don't land. No kills just yet. Side of Saigon Buffalo. Very nice seismic shove onto Jane. Team Flash are just going to back away and say, take Jane, never mind. Cuba, he realizes he's on Nautilus. Throws a Dredge line. Drakthar gets 1 kill. Going to be able to take the This is a 2v4. But Drakthar and Pudding are so strong. Featherstorm gets 1 kill. And that's going to be another for Team Flash. The 2 carries of Team Flash survive. And they say, we are ready to take on the world.
Puddin going crazy with the flash forward, but he still had the ultimate there to have a little bit of extra safety, and of course, more importantly, more damage, more feathers to set up, and Shogun couldn't get away from the feather pull, so he goes down, and that seals the deal for the fight. Saigon Buffalo, that was a good attempt. They almost made it happen. They almost came back there in the team fight, but in the end, while it's a little too heavy, and Team Flash still has things to do, Baron is gonna spawn in 2 minutes, 2 inhibitors are down, so the Ocean Soul in more 2 minutes should be easily theirs as well. But yeah, I feel like Saigon Buffalo found a really good angle. A little too split apart from Flash, and then he gets caught with the ultimate from the side of Coated. Suddenly, Yoshino is eliminated already. Jane gets caught by a nice combo there as well. It looks a bit dire, but now keep your eyes on Puddin and how he steps up to the plate and how he's able to change the outcome of the fight.
Pudding has been such a fantastic performer in this series. We talked about how Jane has stepped up, being one of the most improved in player. Just about landing that Blade Caller as well. And, you know, you talked about how exciting of a prospect Pudding was, living up to that. Phantom Dancer completed, Guardian Angel completed, a bit of extra safety for Pudding. He has not been scared to step up at all this series. Every single game, he is giving it 100%, throwing risk out of the window.
Now he has a GA, which means he has extra added safety. He's such a strong force now, probably even more threatening than Drugthar. And the funny thing about the last fight actually was Drugthar took Froggy's buddy, which is unbelievably useless to him. Because, I mean, the shield is nice for Puddin, but he is a damage carry. If you look at his items, he's supposed to deal damage and set up, soften the targets and get the executes going. So he had to ult out of the Froggy buddy as quickly as possible to be valuable to his team. It's quite an interesting mini game there for the Viego to choose a target that he can actually utilize, because almost all the enemy champions have less damage than the Viego himself.
Yeah, I think the only one that's really very useful is Shogun. Maybe Slay if you can find a really nice W once you take that Rel form, but otherwise it's Shogun, or just taking Froggy and trying to facilitate Pudding even more with that Moonstone.
And update on Froggy's itemization. He just hit the 500, so he now has wards. Nice, let's go.
Hey! I mean, look, wards aren't going to help you. All this means is that you get to see just before you die, but you are still going to die.
Hey, was that your attempt to cast a curse, or what's going on here?
No, it was my attempt at a joke. It just wasn't very funny.
Always need to make sure.
Yeah.
And no one would notice. Wouldn't alert us to.
Yeah, thank you. Well, Team Flash are now looking at the Baron Nashor. The tethers come through and self-cast off the Mikhails. Oh, that is delightful, Jade. Absolutely disgusting placement. A 5-man Pot Blossom. Doesn't even matter what happens now. Throwing out the feathers onto Slay. Not able to get the kill. Looking for a bit of movement speed. Cleanses, gets the kill. The rest of Team Flash are just wiping up the fight. Guri is the next focus. But it is a 5v2 regardless, and the minions are pouring into the base. Yoshino will follow in, and that will be the 4th kill of the fight. Now the Nexus Towers will be falling. Team Flash, they conquer Saigon Buffalo in the most dominant game of the series to punch their ticket to game number 5.
It's a game number 5 indeed. We haven't had these in a while here, and what an exciting series. One game away from elimination or another berth in the next playoff round against Team Wales. Both of these teams on the edge now, and what a performance from Flash. They should have been done with this game, with this series, I should say. But instead, they have to win one more game with their new jungler in. Could very well happen in the next one.
What a performance. Shogun actually doing the most damage in that game, but for the side of Team Flash, you can just see from that goal graph. That's all you need to know that this was a dominant game from the side of Team Flash. Clinical, a masterpiece, as we will be heading into Game 5. And you said before, Yulwei, how Game 3 is such an important game if the series was tied 1-1, because it essentially determines who's going to be on match point. Well, the issue is, if you do get onto match point and then you lose Game 4, you really start to feel the pressure against a team that now has momentum. And momentum after a win like this, Saigon Buffalo need to mental reset, come in afresh.
You could argue, though, that's easier for Saigon Buffalo in this case because they went for a little bit of an out there strategy, right? This was not standard play. This was Talia bot lane. This was Karma Grace mid jungle. So they can just go back and say, well, we tried. This didn't work. Let's go back to standard. Let's play a normal game. We are the better team. But on the other side, you did give Flash a game and you gave them a way back into the series. They are going to be confident now. They finally won 2 games against you in one day. Why not a third? That should be possible as well. But yeah, we are going to head into a break and then game number 5 to decide which of these teams is going to live on and which is going to be eliminated for the year.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VCS English. We are heading into Game 5 of Round 2 of playoffs. Saigon Buffalo against Team Flash. You lose here, it is over. You lose the series, you're out. You lose this game, you are donezo. And we've had a really good series as well. Our second best of 5 as well. We saw Team Secret going to 5 games against Cerberus. And so far over this series, I think if we're being objective, Team Flash have looked like the better team.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think so. They should have won in 4 games. They did look quite questionable in some of the games, but I feel like, yeah, they've been the better team on the day. There's not much between. You can't really say it's a dominant performance from Flash. They have been a little bit more consistent, a little bit more stable, I'd say. Some horrible mistakes from individual players, but overall, they are probably the favorites coming into this game, especially considering they won game number 4. Usually you give the advantage to the team that won the last game before the 5th game. But we also know Saigon Buffalo is very good at bouncing back. By the way, Bulky, we have an update on rosters. There's once again a roster swap. Blazers back in for game number 5 instead of Froggy. So, might have...
I thought you were going to say Fuquan was back in. I would have walked out.
That would have been very crazy. But we are straight into draft here, which I was not ready for. So, give me 2 seconds.
Now,
Correct thing.
I will say as well that one thing that kind of worked for Team Flash in the previous draft was banning away 5 ADCs. And they've not quite done that. And Saigon Buffalo have said, hey, you've left the Xayah open. It worked out quite well for Pitting. We've got Shogun. Shogun's a better ADC, right? We'll lock it in for ourselves.
Yeah, Xayah looks very tasty, and the last game was super strong from her. A very good performance from Puddin. Very strong laner. Good in almost every matchup. So I think the Xayah is a strong and very smart first pick. They could, of course, also pair it up still with Rakan. I'm flabbergasted that we haven't seen Rakan in the whole series. Usually a stable, even off-meta in VCS, but no one wants to play Rakan today. I'm not entirely sure why. Let's see if they finally opt into the Xayah Rakan bot lane for the side of Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, and both supports have played a fair bit of Rakan this season. Slay with 6 games on the champion, Huber with 4. Huber actually yet to win a game. And once again, going for the Zeri, he has the option of the Aphelios, the Kaiser. Could even look towards something a little bit different, even like an Ezreal maybe. But again, goes for this Zeri.
Okay, with the Zeri already means not the greatest mid-game. Needs a little more time to scale up, especially compared to the Xayah, who really spikes on 2 items. Is even strong on 1, but exceptionally strong on 2 items. Now we're back to Blazes Taliyah. We haven't actually seen Blazes Taliyah, I believe. We had Jane Taliyah twice, and then 1 game on Shogun, 1 game on Froggy so far. So now Blazes tries his hands at Taliyah, which I find a bit weird, because wanted to play Taliyah, just that Froggy have it though. It's a bit confusing, but maybe it's just a performance confidence kind of thing, and Blazers look better for the team. So now, once again, a very similar draft on the side of Saigon Buffalo.
Blazers has actually not played the Taliyah yet this split. And Alistar locked in, so Team Flash don't really want to hold that rel flexibility. They think it's more advantageous for them if they lock in the Alistar now and keep a little bit of ambiguity over what they're going to be picking in the top and mid lane roles.
This means that their lane is once again really weak. Alistar Zeri, not the greatest combo. Xayah stronger in almost all situations. Zeri can have a little bit of a kill pressure at level 6. Especially if Xayah's ult is down, but other than that, the Nautilus is a stronger laner than Alistar, and Xayah is the stronger laner compared to Zeri. So once again, this bot lane advantage should go to Saigon Buffalo, and with the Alistar, they're more looking at the late game.
Jax being banned away from Kota, we know how much he loves that champion. Still got the likes of the Renekton available, the Rumble as well. We've seen both of them being locked in. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this Taliyah and Rel are the only 2 champions that have been locked in every single game this series.
Really high priority on either of them. That is a Gwen ban, and that really spells out an Ornn or a Sion or something like that, because Santi comes to mind as well. You don't really want to run into the Gwen matchup with any of the tanks, while AD bruisers usually deal well with the Gwen, so this is really a setup for the late game tank in the top lane. I expect to see either an Ornn or K'Sante here, probably the K'Sante for Coated, and then followed up with a strong jungler for Guri, once again carry from the jungle position, which he failed to do in the last game, so it's a risky attempt.
Yoshino going for this Aatrox again. We saw him playing it in game 1. It was the only time we saw this Aatrox, and it worked very well for the side of Team Flash. And I believe it was into the Renekton, and this time it's Coachy picking the Renekton into that Aatrox. So if we go by what we saw in game 1, we're expecting Yoshino to win lane.
I do not understand what's going on. Brains of the people who do the drafts, but here we are. That's a very strong mid-game composition. Regardless of what we think about the matchup and how it went in game 1, this is a This could be jungle Talia? Okay, once again a curveball. And Guri was super good on jungle Talia. It's not really meta right now, not a lot of people like to play it. But Guri was one of the people who really impressed in spring when he came in for Saigon Buffalo and became the starting jungler. His jungle Talia was crazy good, so I kind of like this one. A little bit more agency for Blazes later in teamfights with the Silas to dive in, and then Guri, he already played super defensively in the last game. Give him a defensive champion like Talia, which he excels on anyway. So, an interesting adaptation once again from Saigon Buffalo.
And this time it's Team Flash who are looking towards the Akali. I also want to touch on that Silas pick because we saw before in one of the previous drafts, Team Flash locking in the Alistair. They then banned away the Silas. This time they put more priority on banning away the Jax and Poppy, and Saigon Buffalo have said, look, if you don't want to ban the Silas, we will pick it up, put it on Blazes. And I also think now as well, your way, the Renekton pick makes a lot more sense because Renekton Talia as a 2v2 on the top side is incredibly strong. It's a little bit similar to Renekton Nidalee in that sense.
Yeah, the better Renekton Nidalee, the modern Renekton Nidalee, essentially, with more CC from the jungle side and better scaling from the jungle side as well. So yeah, I feel like Saigon Buffalo came up with a decent adaptation again. They really don't want to play Talia mid lane, but they do want to play Talia. So Talia bot lane backfired a bit for them. Now let's try Talia jungle. And this is not the first game ever on the Talia, so maybe Guri is a little bit more comfortable with the positioning than Shogun was in the last game. And we are going to go into game number 5 with another super spicy, maybe not super spicy, but quite spicy draft adaptation.
Medium hot.
Saigon Buffalo.
Medium hot draft. You know, if you go to Nando's, you've got to decide what kind of spice you want. Now, this is Guri's first game on the Talia this split, but as you mentioned, when he came into the VCS, Talia was one of his big picks. I think it was Talia, Gragas, and one other AP champion, was it? Or was it just those two? I can't quite remember.
Mostly those two, I believe, but maybe there was another one in there. Those are the two that instantly spring to mind for Guri at Onto the Rift. But the Silas, I feel like the Akali into Silas also strikes me as a bit weird, because if you think back to the historical matchup, very even, right? Could go either way, but gives Silas another really good backline access ultimate, which sounds dangerous to me. If you give the Silas too many tools, you have Alistair ultimate, maybe a Kali ultimate, get on top of Puddin, this could spell demise for the ADC for TF.
And we've already seen one good Akali game. That one came through from Blazes. It was kind of the game that brought him back to form, let's say, because I'm pretty sure it was Blazes, right? Because his first couple of games, or his first game was iffy, and then he pulled out the Akali, which looked a lot better.
Interesting. Very strange back and forth between the top mid laners here. It feels like they're just putting in the mid laner that the other players will vote for that game or something. I'm not entirely sure, because it doesn't reflect performance too well. I guess it made sense to put Blazes back in because they wanted to play this froggy draft with the Karma, and now they want to go more standard, and their read is that Blazes is the better standard player. But then again, Froggy's Silas is something he's played before as well, so this could have been a Froggy draft as well. I'm not going to question it. Let's see how he performs. Jane has been the better mid lane against either of them anyway, and Jane really one of the outstanding players for Flash so far in the series.
And it's time for a milky fun stat, maybe the final milky stat of the series today. Jane, how many games on the Akali in his career, and what do you think the win rate is?
Hasn't played for that long, so it's probably something like 5?
Oh, 5? That's very high. That is very high for a player that only has 70 games.
Okay, so it's like 3 games or something, and 2-1.
2 games, 2-0, his highest KDA of any champion, 11.0.
But, I mean, does this actually take into account the Akali game he played earlier today? Because if not, then my 3 games was correct.
He wasn't on. Was he on Akali earlier today?
No, it was Blazes.
No.
You're right.
Yeah. I see what you're doing. You're testing me, making sure I remember what happened in our previous games. Shogun and Slay shoving this wave under the tower of Team Flash, and they're going to try to step up, maybe get some vision into Flash's jungle.
Let's look at the jungle list, because the last 2 games was actually Drakthar / Fuk1 2 games ago, trying to invade and kind of disrupt Guri's plan, because Guri is a very good PvE jungler, maybe not the best PvP jungler. I
mean, you can't blame a guy for trying. and Jane just uses the Twilight Shroud very effectively to dodge out on the dredge line. That's the storyline I'm going to go with. You can see him. He's nodding, he's feeling himself like, you think you can hit me? Like a mafia man. And says, no, you can't hit me. I hit you.
Yeah, this is why Slay retired a few years ago.
Oh, don't do that to him.
Exhibit A.
Oh
I
my
present
God.
Exhibit A.
Man has a family.
He does, indeed. That's part of the problem, I'd say.
Oh my, right. Your way. No. Anyway, back to the game. Dragthar looking towards this bottom side of the map. We're going to pretend that nothing before has happened. Something interesting, though, is Yoshino not doing quite as well against Coated as he was able to do in game 1. So Coated playing this matchup more as to what we expect, putting over the wall, looking towards Shogun, who face checks the push.
Hugh!
Really
What?
afraid. Huber going under the tower. Shogun is forced to cleanse, forced to flash. Huber with balls of steel. That was crazy.
I'm not sure if I like it, because he uses Flash in his Ignite now, and you could have just walked away with a Flash trade for nothing. Instead, now this is gonna get spicy, because Guri is here, and Guri has a lot of burst damage. Hugh has no Flash.
Huber is low, dashes away, first blood for Shogun. Team Flash get too aggressive, they get punished. Dragthar jumping over the wall in human form has to walk, and when you're a human, you don't go as fast as when you have a horsey, and he's gonna get hit by a dredge line. Oh, Seismic Shot, how did none of that land? Saigon Buffalo just get the one kill in the bot lane.
We are just gonna ignore that Guri Flash, but once again, Alistars go a little too hard here in the VCS, and just get punished for thinking they're a bit too tankier than they are. Good first blood for Saigon Buffalo. Very nice punish and read from Guri to be there in time to get the counter dive going. And Flash, as you said, overstay a bit. They could have just walked away with a Flash advantage. Instead, they just really wanted that kill, and it backfires horribly.
You know, I'd say that they overstayed their welcome, but I don't think Saigon Buffalo ever welcomed them in the first place. They were uninvited, hostile guests, and Saigon Buffalo dealt with them the only way they knew how, murdering them.
Flash, they are fencing a dragon. They're pretty low damage on these two, but it seems like it's gonna work out fine for them. Of course, Rel, with all those buffs to her jungling, just destroys every objective on the map for no reason whatsoever. There we go. First dragon over to Flash.
Very nice. Jane is having a really good time in this mid lane matchup. Jane has been super impressive. If you kind of look at lane alone, he has been the most impressive player in this series, kind of looking at everything as a whole. Maybe I look towards Pudding or Yoshino. I don't know. I think Team Flash have individually been very impressive.
Yeah, some of the players on Saigon Buffalo, especially in laning phase, have been very good as well. I think Shogun and Slay have won more lanes than they've lost, for sure. Coated has been hit or miss, but the mid lane is a big struggle, and that's largely due to the enemy mid laner just being better. Jane, I think right now, if the series ended right now, Jane would definitely be my MVP. Almost, I wouldn't even have to think about it.
And you kind of compare that to how we viewed Jane a year ago when they were a rookie again for, I believe it was Team Flash or maybe it was ASE Sports, I can't remember which. Such a big improvement and doing very well in this lane matchup. Very well as well for Coated right now. Huber is low, stepping forward just to get some return damage against the Saigon Buffalo two-man team. As SGB spotting out Jane, who takes a long way to get back to safety, but the long way going in, and sometimes you have to go into the fire to get out of the frying pan. I don't know how that one works.
Sure.
Yeah, I tried.
I mean, Jane knew that the enemy mid lane had no mana whatsoever, so it looked really scary, but actually the Sylas was not able to do anything but auto attack, so he could just walk out of there. And Jane, with a 17 CS lead now already, good reset here as well, once again showing that he's the better mid laner in terms of CSing and controlling the wave.
Yeah, Coated 20 CS up on Yoshino. Again, I still find it so bizarre because it was this exact same matchup that we saw in game 1, and Yoshino was performing so much better. But this time Coated has kind of realized his mistakes of that previous game and is playing this particular matchup so much better.
I think he's playing more aggressively. Now, we haven't really seen much footage from top lane, but in the first game, he actually got pushed in by the Aatrox and got dominated in these short trades, which is very confusing because that should not happen to Renekton. So I feel like Coated has understood what he did wrong, as he said, and just is playing around the sweet spots of the queue a little bit more aggressively, as you just saw him E forward when he saw Yoshino queue up the queue. And it's working in his favor. 20 CS lead now.
Right now, a 1 and a bit K goal lead for the side of Saigon Buffalo. Team Flash able to get that first strike again, very reminiscent of what we saw in games 1 and 2 of the series, where Team Flash had that slight goal deficit in the early stages of the game.
I'm not sure what Blazes is trying to accomplish here, but let's just let him have it. He's very squishy. I'm kind of confused to see Blazes with fewer HP than an Akali, a Silas, highest HP champion in the game. But he was a level down, so it makes a bit of sense, I guess.
And while Draktar's bot side having a think about diving against Shogun and Slayer, he's just happily taking Rift Herald again. Exactly what we saw in game 1. You know, Shogun and Slayer having priority bot side, but yet unable to get the Drake. Weaver's ball to the top side. Guri now looking towards Yoshino. I don't know how Yoshino's going out of this one. He's got damage, he's got a world ender, but it is not enough. Healing a bit against Coted's Renekton, but Guri ends up picking up the kill.
That's our favorite combo in the top lane, Renekton Talia. Nothing's easier to set up than that. And look at that deficit in the top lane. It's starting to snowball against Yoshino. He's so far behind. Now, luckily, he still has both of his summoner spells, so he can get back into lane. But it's quite dangerous. If he gets dived on here when he teleports back, I don't think he can teleport right now. I think teleporting would be too dangerous against the point-and-click double CC. And he doesn't have ultimate, so he doesn't even get the extra movement speed. Now, we don't actually see what happened. Okay, yeah, he waited and now teleported back on the next wave. That is additional minions going to waste in the top lane. And this advantage for Saigon Buffalo is starting to get out of control.
3k goal lead, Jane a little bit low. Now going in onto Blaze's side steps on the dredge line from Slay super nicely. And then just dashes his way out, just flirting with Blazes and Slay just a little bit is Jane.
I'm really confused about this mid lane matchup, because every time we look at the mid lane, it seems like the trade goes the exact opposite way of the trade from before. I have no idea who's stronger right now. It looked like
they're
Akali
like AI. They're learning with every trade, and it keeps changing.
I guess so, because Akali looked like she was dominating the trades, and now Silas just stomped her in that trade. So let's just have it happen and see what happens in the mid lane. I'm not going to make any predictions about this matchup because it's on the knife's edge, and it seems like both champions are poised to go for kills whenever they see an opportunity.
It's one of those things that I kind of understand it, but I don't understand it when pros talk about lane matchups. Then they're like, oh yes, from levels 1 to 4, I'm winning. Then from 4 to 5, I start losing. But then at level 6 and 7, I start winning again. I'm like, I don't know how that works, but fair enough if you know how it goes. Jane CC'd a bit, forced a shuriken flip under the safety of their tower, and we'll just eat up this wave.
Essentially, it's all about ranges of ability damage, right, and ability cooldowns. But in the meantime, Saigon Buffalo breaks the flash chain and gets a really nice dragon as the reward. This is obviously one of the best early game dragons in the game, because everyone loves attack speed, especially in laning phase. That can tip you over the edge of actually getting that extra auto attack in there, in top lane matchup, even in the mid lane matchup. So, Saigon Buffalo and Team Flash starting the game both with really valuable dragons, and we're looking at an Ocean Soul. Probably not gonna matter too much in this game later on.
Just a reminder as well, the Rift Herald was picked up by the side of Saigon Buffalo. It was a drop top side, so some extra plates going the way of Coated, who has now been able to complete his first item. And that, I always forget the name. I always know it's Iron Spike Whip that goes into it. Gore Drinker, there we go.
Yes.
Yes. I remembered eventually. Again, Jane just flirting with their health bars. Hubers hovering around Draktar here as well. And Jane just inviting Saigon Buffalo just to bite the carrot. But Saigon Buffalo say, we don't really like much.
Blazes is really hurting himself there with his mana management, because every time you look at him, he's out of mana. Maybe you should have just gone for a Rod of Ages or something to make sure that he can actually trade, because he's in such a strong position when you look at his damage output, but then he doesn't have any mana to continue, so a little bit unfortunate on the side of the Silas, while the Akali, of course, as an energy champion, does not struggle whatsoever.
Guri, top side. Here is Slay as well, but Draktar's here too, and I think Team Flash will be happy with a
Slay.
2v3 than a 1v2. Maybe Slay going a bit too far forward. Death Touch, why is that a flash? That's not going to do anything for you. Jane is here as well, over the wall. Shuriken Flip surely picks up the kill, locked down by a really nice W from Guri, but it does not matter. It's still 2 kills going the way over to the side of Team Flash as they claw themselves back into the game.
Exhibit B. That's all I'm going to say about that one.
Ready for Exhibit C? Oh, come on. Oh, I was thinking, why doesn't Hubert go for that? Blaze teleporting in behind definitely makes sense back out of that one.
He didn't go for that because his name's not Slay. But not entirely sure what this was. Let's just ignore this interesting support setup, I guess. But unfortunately, Saigon Buffalo really overcommitted afterwards. Just let Slay die. Why are you going back in there? Just let him die, walk away, cut your losses. No need for Kota to die there as well. But of course, we know Kota as a player. We have seen him for years now, and that's what he does every single time. He loves to die. He loves to kill, he loves to die. He's just a super aggressive player and gives up another kill. And now, as he said, out of nowhere, the gold lead was really getting out of control. 3-4k for Saigon Buffalo, and it's back to just 1k now. And the game, suddenly, super balanced again.
Again, very reminiscent of what we saw in games 1 and 2. And I've got to be honest, your way, I think the reason why you know that Kota shouldn't have gone back in is because, well, you've played duo queue with me. You know what to do when a support starts running it down. And that's just leave him to his own devices. Yeah, let him learn the hard way.
Everyone should learn that.
Yeah.
Never help. Let them die.
I think every pro should have to play scrims with me. I would be super down for that.
Absolutely. The poor pros. I thought you were a fan of EU. If you make EU players do that, I mean, we have no chance at Worlds anymore.
No, the Koreans and the Chinese teams have to do it as well.
Ah,
sure.
okay, fair enough.
Yeah. However, 30 CS lead at the moment for Coated in the top lane. We've got another Rift Herald spawning soon as Blazes and Jane are duking it out. Blazes goes under tower, takes a bit of damage. Can Jane follow up? Doesn't have the flash available just yet. Does indeed. Decides against it. Kingslayer. Feeling a bit scary.
I think if this is not game 5, Jane flash ults on Blazes.
He didn't have flash up. Flash only just came up.
Oh, okay, fair. I didn't see that.
Charge. Drakthar flashes out of the knock-up, putting over the wall. And Saigon Buffalo will not be able to find a pick. However, they can look to start up the Rift Herald.
And this game is unfortunately gotten more and more...
Ooh. Can he sidestep? Can he sidestep the abduct? Well, he flashes out of the Kingslayer. That's one way out. Blazes, that's never going to land. But, you know, worth trying. As Yoshino has a fallen. Team Flash mistakenly tried to take the Rift Herald. Actually, is that Drakthar with the Rift Herald?
Too much is happening. We need 2 screens for this game because apparently there's too much action on all sides, and now we get to see the replay. This is dangerous because something's going to happen in the replay time. But yeah, Yoshino trying to go for the flank, and this time Saigon Buffalo is on their best behavior. They know that Yoshino is going to look for a flank because he has consistently done this every single game in this series. So finally they punish him. Rift Herald still goes to Drakthar, but it's second Rift Herald. There are no plates available, so I think a kill is better than a Rift Herald here, and back to 2k gold lead for Saigon Buffalo.
I don't know. Oh, actually, first tower's already gone. Otherwise, I'd say you could drop Rift Herald mid, give yourself some priority for that third Drake. Team Flash maybe can get that second Drake off the game. Either way, it's not terrible for Team Flash. They do get something. They do drop down the Rift Herald in the mid lane, and they are going to make their way over to that Ocean Drake. Yoshino is on the top side of the map. He does have a teleport. So if Saigon Buffalo want to contest this, either Yoshino teleports in for that 5v5, or maybe he just stays topside and picks up a tower.
Milky, we almost saw something unbelievable there. We were just 2 steps away from a flank from Saigon Buffalo. Blazes was thinking about coming from the other side, but then he decided just to group with this team. Yet again, 5 games in a row. We just group all the time around Dragon. No flanks allowed. And actually it works out for them because Saigon Buffalo walks away with the Dragon number 2.
He's saving it for Team Wales, right? He's like, Wales won't know what hit them. They'll be like, a flank from Saigon? A flank from us? No way. However, on the top side, Yoshino was able to get that top lane out of tower. Has brought down his CF deficit by a small amount. Can potentially look to reset and teleport to the bottom lane. But that being said, Jane's heading there himself.
So now Saigon Buffalo is actually getting a little bit of extra standing gold there, which should accelerate them once again to something like a 2k gold lead. Unfortunately, they have not really been able to get further ahead, so the game is still pretty close. I think Saigon Buffalo needs to push down a little bit harder, needs to accelerate the game a bit more because their team composition is strongest in the mid game. At 2 items, they are insanely strong. Zaya is very close to completing that second item. Kota is still a little farther away, but he's still pretty strong right now. So I would like to see Saigon Buffalo go play a little bit more assertively, try to go for picks, try to get their champs in a good position to finally blow this 5th game open. Because a 2k gold lead shouldn't be enough. You're still looking at a Zeri, at an Aatrox and an Akali. I wouldn't be content with just a 2k gold lead at this point.
But this has been stereotypically the point of the series where Team Flash find a fight and find an advantage. Every single game at around 18 to 23 minutes, Team Flash end up winning a fight somehow or other, pull themselves back into the game, and then either things then go south afterwards or they go on to win the game. So this has been kind of one of the cruxes of Saigon Buffalo's game so far this series.
Yes, of course. This time, I feel like Guri is going to be a much bigger factor than in the last game. We saw him on Grace, and he really struggled to have an impact. He kind of just didn't do much, but we know his Talia is really good. And so far in this game, he has only shown us good performances. So my gut feeling here is that Guri is going to play a much bigger role than in the games before, and that could tip the scales in Saigon Buffalo's favor, just because they have kind of been missing their jungler in teamfights so far. So yeah, Guri, I think big performance ahead of us.
I've also just had a quick check. Drakthar has never played Rel before, so first time on the champion. I thought that was a fun one to give. We do have a Baron spawning very shortly, 2.5 minutes until the next Drake, and I guess that's good news for Team Flash. They can just wait to scale maybe a little bit longer, and we do have an Ocean Drake on the map, which I guess is that a bad soul to give away if you let Saigon Buffalo stack those up, or do Team Flash essentially have to say, right, we need to fight, we can't let Saigon Buffalo get away with these for free?
I mean, honestly, it's pretty strong on either team, even though I'm a certified Ocean Soul hater. When you are looking at an Alistar and a Sylas with Alistar Ultimate, plus an Aatrox and a Renekton on either team, it's a pretty potent soul, because longer teamfights are going to happen in this kind of setup. So I feel like Ocean Soul a little bit stronger than it usually would be. But we're still pretty far away from that. We're still at least 7-8 minutes away from the Ocean Soul, so ample time to get another item, especially for Jane, and maybe a second completed item for Yoshino. Set up a little bit of a stronger team fight. Saigon Buffalo doesn't want to let them get away with this. Here's the engage.
Here comes Guri, and Jane gets caught out by the seismic shove, and well, 4 members are coming up. There is no way out for Jane, trying to get the kill onto Guri. So close. Maybe if he had an Ignite, could have potentially pulled that one off. In the end, Saigon Buffalo get the kill. I don't think they can convert this into the Baron. They'll just have to be content sitting 2k gold ahead of Team Flash.
It's so funny, because they would have gone for Baron every single game, but this is game 5, so they're too scared this time around to throw yet again at Baron, so they're not going to go for the objective. And the trade is going to be even now, because Yoshino, in the meantime, just quickly went to the bot tower, and that's a kill for a tower trade, so that's almost the same gold, maybe a little bit more for the kill, but it didn't really matter too much, and neither side invested any flashes, so in the end the kill kind of just happened, but everyone walks away and is decently happy with their position.
And again, I really want to praise Pudding, because he's been so fantastic this series, and once again in a losing matchup, right, Zeri against Desire, he has found a way to come out pretty much even in CS. Yes, he's 1 kill down, he maybe lost a few plays, but item-wise, he's dead even with Shogun, which you can't really ask for much more from Pudding.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's just scaling up to be a late-game threat again. Now, I feel like his team fighting on Zeri has been a little bit hit or miss. He has had some really strong team fights. He had also had some kind of boneheaded serve into the backline situations early on in this series, so he needs to be on his best behavior, but if he plays to his maximum potential, I think he could be the deciding factor as well. There's so many variables in this game right now. Saigon Buffalo is trying to once again get a huge advantage with Dragon number 3. Team Flash
misses. Saigon Buffalo get the Drake and now can look to turn this plane. There's a teleport coming in from behind. Saigon Buffalo going to look towards Yoshino as soon as he comes in. Drakthar super low. Blaze is able to get the kill and Yoshino is forced to retreat. Team Flash lose a member. They lose the Drake as well, but they're looking for more. Pudding again, that characteristic aggressiveness. Hubris solo. Pudding desperately trying to kite back, but there's not much you can do against a scary crocodile. Another kill for Saigon Buffalo. Yoshino and Jane have been caught out. They need an absolute miracle here. They will not find find it. It's an ace for Saigon Buffalo. It's a 4K goal lead, and it will be a Baron Nashor as well.
And that should be the deciding moment of game number 5. Saigon Buffalo reclaim control of the series, and what a way to do it. Team Flash commit one of the cardinal sins, engaging after the objective's already taken. There's no need for them to fight here. It's a bad situation for them to fight, and they still get caught up in the fight. Drukther, horrible engage, insta-dice, and now their main tank is gone. Putin is feeling himself, but maybe he shouldn't, because it's way too hard for him to carry this. He's only on 2 items, and he just goes down to the Renekton, slowly walking up to him. This was super funny. Look at Guri. It looks a bit in, but it actually manages to corral those 2 players into that position. They can't walk away, and that's a 5-for-0 ace this early in the game. Amazing target calling, amazing team fighting performance. This is the Saigon Buffalo we dreamed of, the Saigon Buffalo we saw many years ago with their best lineups ever, and suddenly they burst out in game number 5 again.
Absolutely so. A 7,000 goal lead now for the side of Saigon Buffalo. And this was a point that we mentioned in previous games where Saigon Buffalo just have that sketchy moment, that sketchy team fight. Absolutely not here in game 5. They've gone back to the drawing board. They have removed the tilt, and they are here fighting and looking to secure themselves a spot with Team Wales in round 3 of the playoffs.
And once again, it's the Vietnamese cow series striking to work against the team picking the cow, because the Alistair today has been an anchor. Just pulling down whatever team goes for the Alistair. As Blazes is in desperate need of running away, but he's actually just buying time, so there's an inhibitor traded for the mid laner. Maybe not the trade Saigon Buffalo was hoping for, but it's still rather positive, especially as the Soul is coming up, and that inhibitor is gonna create so much pressure for them to set up their Soul fight in just about 2 minutes.
Absolutely, and it might mean that Team Flash have to give that one away or risk losing another 5v5 fight, giving away another ace, and an ace at this point in the game with an inhibitor already down with teleports available for Coated and Blazes might just spell the end of the game. Team Flash, we know they want to scale, but they don't have much time left to do that.
Putin, a big problem for him is his flash is down. Now, I think his flash is gonna be up for the dragon fight, at least if they're able to somehow delay the dragon fight for at least like 20 seconds or something, but it's gonna be close. And if Saigon Buffalo timed this correctly, maybe they get an opportunity to punish Putin before the fight happens. Right now, all 5 flashes down for Flash, and we really need to keep an eye on that, because if that's still the situation for Dragon, they probably just lose the game instantly.
Keep an eye on those Flash cooldowns. They call Team Flash for a reason. They don't have a Flash. Things might be looking a little bit bad. And Team Flash, they need to find a pick. They were able to find one onto Blazes, but at the cost of an inhibitor tower, at the cost of an inhibitor as well. What can they do right now? Right now, they just have to absorb the pressure and hope that Pudding can get his 4th item and become even stronger on this Zeri. We know how aggressive he's been, but will that aggression be able to lead to reward or failure?
They're just trying to defend the second inhibitor, because 2 inhibitors on both sides of the map would be too devastating, as Coated is finding himself in an interesting little skirmish there. Probably better for Slay that Q didn't connect, because I think he was dead to rights if he goes in there. Unless he has a stopwatch. But Saigon Buffalo just buying a little bit more time. 40 seconds left for the all-important dragon. And how is Flash gonna get close enough to that one? Of course, remember this very situation, very similar kind of stuff in game number 3, where Team Flash was 1 dragon further, right? They had the soul, and then their jungler just overextended into it, and the red side team came back to take away the Elder Dragon. Now, the price is not as big. If you take away an Ocean Dragon, you just take it away. You don't actually get something for yourself. But denying the Ocean Soul at this crucial junction probably changes quite a bit of this game.
Or maybe if that happens in 6 minutes' time over an Elder, it'll be the exact same thing as what we saw in Game 3. But that would require Guri to overextend. And he's not exactly playing the same champion that Fuquan was, which was the vibe back in that 3rd game of this series. Team Flash have started up. And, oh my god, Saigon Buffalo looking for a flank as Blazes is being caught out. Our Team Flash maybe going to get the pick that they desperately need. Blazes goes golden. Coated is here. The rest of Saigon Buffalo show up, and the Drake has already been secured. Yoshino is getting melted to a crisp on the run, nowhere to go. The cow has been hooked, the cow has been shoved, he's being bounced around in the bouncy castle. Coty will take a tower shot and Huber will eventually fall. And caught out is Jane as well, trying to get out to safety. Magnet Storm, the
Put in
turn
time,
and they
maybe?
get the kill. They absolutely can't. The wallet diff is just too big.
Zeri.
5 members of Tiger Buffalo up. Team
Oh,
Flash only have a 2 seismic shove, will not land, putting Flashing away. Not caught, but is caught by the dredge line. Dragstar's gonna fall as well. And Saigon Buffalo have done it. They take the ace 28 minutes into the game. And Yulway, they will be taking game 5. They will be eliminating Team Flash, and they will be meeting Team Wales in round 3 of the playoffs.
That is what Saigon Buffalo came here to do. They were expected to win 3-0 after so many successful games against Flash, but in the end, they took the scenic route. They had to play 5 games because of course they had. It's good practice, right, Milky? They just wanted to have more games under the belt when they have to inevitably fight the stronger teams. Wales on the menu soon. Well, unfortunately, Flash goes out today after that performance. They can't continue. They are eliminated from World's contention, but they showed up as the 6th-seeded team, as the team that hadn't won a series in such a long time, and they really made Saigon Buffalo work for it today.
Absolutely, a fantastic performance from Team Flash in that regard. A massive step up from their performance over the course of regular season, over their performance against Saigon Buffalo in round 1 of playoffs as well. Sadly, though, for Team Flash, their streak of losses will continue, their 10th series loss in a row. But thankfully for them, it can't get any worse because their season has now ended. Saigon Buffalo will move on to face against Team Wales, and what a clean game coming through from Saigon Buffalo. That goal graph pretty much tells you all you need to know.
Yes, indeed. This was the most dominant game of the whole series, I think. If I think back to all the games,
Game 4?
Game 4 as dominant? I don't think so.
It might have been slower, but I don't think that means it was less dominant. I don't know.
Right, but
I think it's close.
Definitely close between those games, and this happens quite often that the last few games of the series are the more dominant ones, and Saigon Buffalo really they sat back down after game number 4 where their composition was very crafty, very weird, and they said, okay, just go standard, we're the better team, we just need to win 1 game as the better team, and we're gonna do that. And yeah, they did pretty dominantly, honestly.
Yeah. I think Saigon Buffalo can pull themselves a bit of momentum to go against Team Wales. That being said, Team Wales went 3-0 against Cerberus. They've kind of found their mojo after a very sketchy series against Team Secret, a very sketchy end to the regular season. Remember, Team Wales will be looking to get themselves a ticket to head to Worlds. The only teams that we have left now in the playoffs, GAM, Team Wales, Team Secret, and Saigon Buffalo.
We are going to continue right away tomorrow, of course, with a big game. That it's, I mean, it's not an elimination game, so you could argue that today was the more important game, but tomorrow we have the 2 best teams of the playoffs playing against each other for a spot at Worlds. Whoever wins is going to qualify for at least the play-in stage. It's Team Secret, the Sunday Dream Team. They've only played on Sunday and only won on Sunday, so GAM is going to be scared. And of course, it's also GAM. So we have another really interesting series tomorrow. But I'm not sure if it can top today, because that 5-game banger, that was exactly what I wanted on my return to the VCS cast.
Yeah, I think if we exclude Game 3, I think this was an absolutely fantastic series. Both teams playing well.
We didn't talk about Game
or at
3,
least there was always one team playing well in every game. Game 3, we saw, a little bit of the old VCS creeping back onto the Rift.
Yeah, there was, if you wanted to watch some Jackety Sax moment, I think it's called, right? The weird
the clown tune,
the clown tune, where everything goes wrong everywhere for both teams. Then yeah, go watch Game 3. If you like good League of Legends, please don't
tune in tomorrow.
That too.
Yeah. Team Secret against GAM is going to be an absolute cracker. Team Secret looked phenomenal against Team Wales, whereas GAM took a 3-1 against Saigon Buffalo in their first round of the playoffs. So please do tune in. It's at 11 a.m. British time, 12 at noon if you're in Europe. If you're in Australia, Vietnam, America, I don't have a clue. Go and check it up online. I'm going to add a little bit of
Vietnam time, I believe.
Is it 9 p.m.?
5 p.m. Vietnam time.
5 p.m. Yeah, 9 p.m. would be very late. But with that, thank you guys, everyone, so much for tuning in. In the end, it is Saigon Buffalo that take the 3-2 win over Team Flash. And with that, we're going to be signing out. We'll see you all tomorrow as GAM take on Team Secret. Stay tilt-proof on the Rift, and goodbye.